everything because we want to come in with an open mind. We don't want to have our opinion swayed by what someone else tells us. But we want to at least know, what do you know that's going on, if you follow my train of thought. Okay. And then we always determine, do we need a search warrant? Does this crime scene require us to obtain a search warrant? If that's needed, we try to have whoever's in charge contact the local prosecutor, get that search warrant going, because usually that takes a couple hours. Once the search warrant has been obtained, or if we don't need a search warrant in that particular case, the first thing we do is we'll walk around the scene, just take a general view of what's going on. Then we photograph and document the crime scene. After that, we'll place placards on pieces of evidence that we feel are relevant. We'll later rephotograph the scene with those placards in place. We collect those pieces of evidence, secure them properly so they can be used in a court of law at a later date, turn all those items over to the requesting agency, and now the requesting agency and the laboratory will work out what needs to be processed and what needs to be analyzed. We prepare a report, and I sit here now to testify to the contents of that report.
Okay. So in your field and what you do with BCI, you are so solely focused on the gathering of evidence, whether it's physical in nature or anything at a scene or processing of a scene.
That's correct. We don't do many interviews or interrogations. That's another unit. Okay. Crime scene strictly focuses on processing crime scenes.
So you work with other officers of other agencies when you were involved?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask that if you recall May 3rd, 2021, were you working for BCI on that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you have the occasion to become involved in an investigation at 6344 Arbor Rd, Mechanicstown here in Carroll County?
Yes, sir, I was.
How did that come about? How did you become involved?
I believe the local agency, the Sheriff's Department in this case, contacted our dispatcher. The dispatcher contacts me as the supervisor, and I will dispatch agents. At this time, I dispatched Agent Larry Hootman. He was the closest agent, and I know Larry had been very busy the last couple of weeks with a lot of different homicides. So I said I would respond with him, and we would work this scene together, but I would be responsible for typing the report.
Okay. So do you remember about what time you received the call?
My records indicate I was there 1850 or 6:50 in the early evening.
Okay. Do you remember about what time you got the call from your dispatch?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay.
Probably an hour. It takes me an hour to get here from Steubenville.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. Where were you coming from at that time to arrive at 6344 Arbor Road?
My home in Steubenville. Since it was early in the evening, I wasn't asleep, so I didn't have to get up and get dressed or take a shower. I was probably just got up, received the phone call, put on my work clothes, and left my home. So probably an hour.
Okay. And so, but you have a documented time when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you arrive with? Do you come with any equipment, or how do you show up?
As a supervisor, I have a small SUV, and I have enough to process most scenes. I have a camera, DNA collection kit, measuring devices, rulers and tape measures, camera. But in this case, when Larry, Agent Hootman arrives, he has the larger F-350 BCI crime scene truck, and it has all the equipment we could ever need to process any type of crime scene.
Okay, so both you and Agent Hootman responded, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Agent Hootman brought more equipment than you would have?
Yes.
Okay, but that equipment is everything that you would need, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you arrived on scene, were you there first, or was Agent Hootman first?
I believe we arrived almost at the same exact time, within a minute of each other.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived? What was the first thing you did?
We found out who was in charge, and we spoke to the sheriff, Sheriff Williams, and the deputy, I'm sorry how to pronounce his last name, Licht. They were both there, and they more or less briefed us on what they had known had transpired at the scene before our arrival, what caused them to respond there.
Okay. And when you were armed with that information, what did you do next?
We told them we would probably need a search warrant.
Okay.
And they advised that the search warrant would be obtained. And since there was a deceased person outside, we usually won't touch a body until the county coroner arrives and he does his examination of the body.
Okay. And so what What was your reasoning on why you thought you needed a search warrant?
There's no expectation to a search warrant requirement at a homicide scene. So if we're going to go to somebody's home and that person has an expectation of privacy, we need BCI policy is we need a search warrant.
Okay, so you believe the resident, inside the residence would have potentially contained evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you would need a warrant to search that premises?
That is correct.
Okay. What did you view when you were outside as you first made contact?
There was like a little tent set up, and behind this tent was a deceased Caucasian male. He was laying on his back. I believe he had an entry wound somewhere on his chest, what looked like a bullet wound. As I said, we won't touch the body until a coroner or a coroner's investigator arrives.
Okay, and so was that person at the scene at that time?
Yes. I mean, the coroner?
The coroner.
No, we were waiting for his arrival.
Okay, and so in the interim, there was a time frame, so you're waiting for the coroner and then you're waiting for a search warrant, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, did you obtain that search warrant yourself or did somebody else?
No, from someone from the sheriff's department.
Okay, and so during the course, about how long did it take to get the search warrant?
I'm really not sure. I know that Dr. Haas, the county coroner, arrived first before the search warrant was received. He arrived at 7:38. And he examined the body. He did whatever his coroner duties are. And I remember once he was done, we were advised that from the sheriff's department that the warrant had been signed by a judge.
Okay. And so in the interim time, did you do anything else in the course of your investigation in the exterior of the residence?
Yes, Agent Hootman has a Pharaoh 3D scanner. It's a piece of equipment that we can document a crime scene with.
Okay, and when you say document a crime scene, how does it document a crime scene?
It almost looks like a camera, and it scans the area and documents it like with almost like a cartoon. I mean, it actually makes a little diagram on the software. And then you can take that software and print up photographs or blow it up on a screen so you can see the crime scene.
Okay.
Without us sitting drawing it out with a pencil and a tape measure. This instrument does it all for us.
Okay, so it creates a visual depiction of the scene or whatever it photographs?
Yes, sir.
So it does photograph something then?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so you do that on the exterior, is that correct?
Yes, because we don't need a search warrant to look at, the outside of the house.
Okay. And so when the search warrant arrived, do you know who brought the search warrant?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
Okay, but did you verify that the warrant was in fact issued?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. And at that time, once the search warrant happens, what do you do next?
Once we're inside the home, we just examine it, looking for whatever potential pieces of evidence. Agent Hootman will also use his 3D scanner to document the interior of the home, and we'll photograph the home.
Okay. And in addition to photographing, do you do anything else? Do you look for other things?
Yes, we'll look for evidence, and whatever evidence we locate, we'll put little yellow numbered placards beside those pieces of evidence. Later, we'll collect those evidence and secure those to be sent to the lab.
Sure. If I may have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Agent Lulla, I'm going to show you behind you if you can, or if you need.
You can stand up and turn around. Or it's up to you. I don't want to twist your back out. But I do need you to be picked up by the microphone, so stay relatively close to the microphone.
People see, I don't want to
With
get
the
in the
plastic,
way.
it makes it a little difficult. Before you could have just stood in front.
How about if I do this?
There you go.
See?
Over here somewhere.
All right, I'm going to show you what's displayed as State's Exhibit Number 8, Agent Lulla. Would you identify what is depicted, or what that is?
This is a photograph of the exterior of the residence.
Okay, and that's the residence where?
6344 Arbor Rd, Mechanicstown, Ohio.
Okay, and did you take that picture?
Yes, I did.
And is that picture fairly and accurately depict the exterior of the residence on the day of May 3rd, 2021.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and is that how you found the scene when you arrived?
That is correct. And to the right is the tent I spoke of earlier.
Okay, and did you, going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 9. Again, same questions. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what is depicted in that photograph?
This is the front porch of the residence, and there's a Caucasian male covered with a sheet on our left side, on the left side of the photograph.
Okay, and did you take that picture?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Before you continue, do you have, is the jury going to have hard copies of these?
Yes, sir.
So just, as you go, make sure they get put up here.
We'll coordinate that at the end. Yeah, that's fine, Judge. Again, you took that picture, Agent Lulla?
Yes.
Okay, and again, fairly and accurately depict what's in the scene as you saw it that day.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and this would have been how close in time when you arrived?
Probably within 30 minutes.
Okay, and so that would have been the time when you were waiting for a search warrant, correct?
In the corner, yes.
Okay. Was there anything else you observed outside in the course of your scene?
Yes. These are on right outside the front door, some passive drops of blood.
Okay, and I'm referring to State's Exhibit number 10. Again, it's a photograph, correct?
That is correct.
Did you take that photograph?
I took that photograph.
Okay, and could you explain what's depicted there?
These are just passive or just free-falling drops of what appear to be blood.
Okay, and what's the white tags indicate?
There's little scales in case the laboratory wanted to examine these. They would have some idea of how big the blood drop is.
Okay, and how do you believe it to be blood?
23 years, I'm pretty sure it was blood. And we also will test it. We have a presumptive test, tetramethylbenzene. We just collect a little swab of it. You add this tetramethylbenzene chemical to that cotton swab, a little bit of hydrogen peroxide, and if it turns a bluish color, then it's presumptively positive for human blood.
Okay, so something, a test in the field that can give you an idea?
Yes.
Okay, and then it would be further analyzed at a laboratory if needed?
Correct.
Okay. And in relationship to the tent in the previous exhibits, where were those droplets found?
If you would walk out the very front door of the residence, there's a cement porch that's right outside the door. Another 2 feet, then turn left, and maybe 10 feet to the left is where the body was located.
Okay. And so, did you find anything else? I guess, well, let's strike that and look at State's Exhibit number 11. Again, what's depicted there?
And that's some more suspected blood on the sidewalk.
Okay, and again, is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Okay, and fairly accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked for purposes of identification, State's Exhibit number 12. Can you describe what that is?
Yes, that's the interior, it's the front screen door of the residence.
Okay, and again, did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Okay, truly and accurately depict the door on the night in question?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, with regards to between State's Exhibit 11 and State's Exhibit 12, we back up to even earlier than that, it appears to be dark hours. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. You initially, when you arrived, it was in the daylight hours, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. So, would you have had the search warrant at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, would you have been? I guess the question is, do you methodically enter a home whenever you conduct a scene investigation?
In this case, we just went through the front door.
Okay. And is there? So that would be the first place you'd start.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, would that be why you would photograph the door first?
It just happened to be there. Yes, probably. I can't say we do it every time the door.
Okay.
But in this case, we did.
But this was your first entry to the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess that's the better question. I noticed in States 12 there is a measurement mark. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was there anything observed on the door?
There's a little bit of a blood spatter on the interior glass of that door.
To show you it's been marked for purposes of identification, States Exhibit number 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That's another photograph of the glass on the interior side of the front door, and that reddish-brown stain appeared to be blood to us.
Okay. And again, fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it that night?
Yes,
Did you take that picture?
I took this photograph, yes.
Okay. So after you entered the front door, what did you do next?
We
You
walked-
can probably go back to your seat. After you entered the residence, what did you do next?
We'll start searching the crime scene to see what evidence is there. And we'll see, oh, there's a cartridge casing there, maybe a gun there, a bullet there, whatever, you know what I mean? And then we'll either photograph or use the 3D scanner to document the scene. Then whatever evidence we've located, we'll put little yellow numbered placards by those items of evidence. And then we'll return, rephotograph the scene, and then collect those pieces of evidence.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall where you started at when you processed?
I believe our first piece of evidence that we located was in the hallway outside the bathroom door, and there was a cartridge, which is a cartridge casing and a bullet, like a whole live round, for layman's terms, .223 caliber laying on the floor.
Okay. Now, did you have the occasion to do a total scan?
Yes, Agent Hittman did the scans.
Okay. And did that take place in the inside of the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that before you started processing through the scene?
Before we collect anything, we'll scan it.
Okay.
Yes.
And so the scan was done in this
Yes.
case. And do you have the ability to record that scan and reproduce it? Does it make a copy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Agent Lulla, I'm going to ask you, okay. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Agent, you have the ability to manipulate your scan and how it works, do you not?
I'll be honest with you, sir, I do not.
Okay.
Agent Hittman runs the scanner, so well, I'll try to walk through it. I mean, I can tell you what I'm seeing.
Okay, so, again, the scan is done electronically, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so it produces different camera angles, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and so first, I guess we'll mark this as State's Exhibit number 6, Your Honor, is the scan. Again, the scan being the whole thing, correct? So,
Yes, sir.
So this does different layers, does it not?
Yes.
Of what it scans, correct?
Yes, and then can put them all together to make a diagram.
Okay. And can you take us to the inside of the interior of the residence?
Yes, so you would walk up the front door, walk up the stairs, and then there's the hallway.
So if we click on that item, does that help you?
That does.
Can you manipulate that?
I'll sure try.
Okay, all right, so if you can you,
As you would come to the top of the stairs,
Okay.
if you would turn right,
okay,
this is where we've located our first piece of evidence right here, which is our yellow placard I spoke of earlier, a 1, which is the .223 caliber cartridge, the full round.
okay,
In the bathroom, might not be photographed here, is a .223 cartridge casing, which is the casing that contained the bullet which had been fired.
okay.
This is the master bedroom.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you find there?
On this stand right here, placard number 3, is a magazine containing live .223 cartridges, or live rounds.
Okay. And again, does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw on the night in question?
Yes, it does.
And it was that was where it was located when you
That
found
is,
it?
that is correct.
Okay, did you find anything else?
Right here, beside the bed, under the bed. Right here. I'm not sure if we have a photograph of it here. Well, right here underneath the bed is a rifle, a .223 caliber NATO rifle.
Okay.
But I'm not
Okay.
familiar with how to.
All
how to
right.
quote
Did you
the
photograph? Did you have the occasion to photograph?
Yes, I did.
Show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 14. You indicated that you previously in your testimony you found a shell casing, correct?
Yes, sir, a
And
cartridge casing. Yes.
what's depicted in State's 14?
That's our yellow placard number 2, which means that's evidence item number 2. That's a .223 round cartridge casing. It's on the floor, right on the bathroom floor, right at the entrance into the master bedroom.
Okay, and that's the same that you depicted in the hallway photo when you spun the camera around, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And State's 15 appears to be the same thing. Again, true and accurate of what you saw that night,
Yes.
and
yes.
you took the picture? All right, and what's depicted in State's 16?
Just a photograph just taken a little bit further back, just to show you how this is the open door is the master bedroom, and the cartridge casing is located on the bathroom floor.
Okay, so again, you took that picture,
Yes, I did.
true and accurate, fairly depict what you saw that night.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and so that doorway led to where?
The master bedroom.
Okay, and was there another doorway in that bathroom area?
Yes, that leads to the hallway.
Okay, so there's two entrances then
Yes.
into the bathroom, one by the bedroom, one by a hallway.
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 17, again, what's depicted there?
Overall photograph of the master bedroom.
Now, you indicated that you found another shell casing at some point in time, did you not? There was an item 1?
Yes, that was a live round or a cartridge
Okay,
outside the bathroom door.
okay, all right. Okay, again, that's a still photo, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that, again, in your total scan, when you scanned, you had an item 3, correct? Is that the same item 3?
Yes, sir. That's a magazine containing live ammunition.
Okay. You took the picture?
I did.
True and accurate?
It is.
Ask you to look at State's Exhibit number 19. What is that?
That's the magazine or photo ID number 3. The photograph is to show you that the magazine does contain live ammunition.
Okay, did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay, and again, does it fairly and accurately depict the magazine on the night in question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so is that standard protocol when you see a magazine is to look at it?
Yes.
Okay, and so what was your purpose in looking at it?
I believe if it was the same type of ammunition that we found on the bathroom floor and in the hallway, 223. So we were assuming, it was safe to assume that this magazine, which is containing the same type of ammunition was used to, was in the weapon when it was fired.
Okay, fair enough. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 20. Again, what's depicted there?
Yellow placard number 4, just to show the person who's viewing the photograph that, because you can't see the weapon at this angle, but we put the forward there so you'll know that the next picture is going to show you underneath the bed.
Okay, again, did you take that picture?
I did.
True and accurate,
Yes.
depicted in on the night in question?
Yes.
Okay, so, State's Exhibit 21, what's depicted in that photograph?
That's photo ID number 4. I think I'm on my knee now. Taking a photograph underneath the bed, which shows this Diamondback 5.56 NATO rifle.
Okay, did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay, and is true and accurately depicted what you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the weapon that's featured in that photograph, was that how it was found?
Exactly how it was found.
Okay, and is that why you photograph it with a number card?
Yes.
Okay, so did you handle it at any point in time?
After we've documented its location and photographed it, we'll remove it from underneath the bed and secure it in a cardboard gun box.
Okay, did you do that at this time or did you do it later?
Probably after we were done photographing and collecting all the evidence, then we'll remove the weapon.
Again, State's Exhibit number 22, what is that?
Just another photograph of the placard in place beside the bed.
Okay. Same question, you took the picture?
I did.
Fairly and accurately depict?
Yes, it does.
State's Exhibit number 23, what's depicted there?
Another photograph of placard number 3, which is the magazine containing live ammunition and damage on the wall.
Okay. Did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay, and does it truly and accurately depict what you observed that night?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Mr. Barnett, just for this board's clarification, did you skip 15 or was there a 15?
There was a 15, I might have skipped it. No. Oh, we didn't skip it, it was a shell casing.
Okay.
Okay, with regards to the firearm, I want to turn your attention back to that. You did collect it at some point in time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how would you have collected it? Take us through how you would have collected it.
We're always wearing rubber gloves. We'll just take it out. We'll make sure the weapon is safe. There's no more live ammunition in it. It did not have a magazine in the weapon. We'll pull back, slide. We'll put a zip tie through it to make sure that way when the lab opens it, they know the gun is safe. There's no live ammunition inside of it. We then secure that inside a cardboard box. We tape seal the cardboard box. I'll initial it so when it gets to the lab, they know the integrity seal is in place, that no one else has tampered or opened up the box and manipulated the weapon.
Okay, and so did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and was in fact the rifle that was depicted in the photographs taken as evidence?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Agent Lulla, I'm going to hand you or show you this marked for purposes identification, State's Exhibit number 2. I'm going to ask if you recognize what that is.
Yes, sir. It's a gun box.
What gun box is it?
This is the gun box that I placed the weapon that we recovered from this crime scene inside of.
Okay, and how do you know it to be the same weapon in the box that you recovered?
It has the date, our lab number, our case number. It has the date, the time, the weapon, the serial number matches. I taped all the openings and I put my initials on it. So when it goes to the lab knows that it's been secured, no one's been inside the box, it hasn't been tampered with. When the lab opens it, they'll reseal it, and the lab will put their initials on it. So we know it has, once I sealed it, the gate gets to the lab, no one else has opened it because my tape seals are still intact. The lab will open it, examine the weapon, they'll put the weapon back, they'll retape it, and their initials are on it. So until I open it now, if I do open it, we know no one else has seen the weapon except for myself when I secured it, the lab when they examined it, and it's been secured in this box ever since.
Okay. Was that item sent for analysis?
Usually just to make sure that the cartridge casing located at the scene matches this weapon, that this weapon fired that cartridge casing. I don't believe we recovered a projectile or a bullet in this case, but if we would have recovered a bullet, they could fire this weapon using ammunition and then take that bullet, the test-fired bullet, and the bullet you recover from a crime scene to see if this gun had fired that bullet. But in this case, we did not recover a bullet or a projectile. And just to make sure the gun does operate properly, that it is an operational weapon.
Okay. And did you secure that information? Did you get those results from the lab?
See, once we leave the crime scene, I'll turn this over to the sheriff's department. They'll submit it to the lab, and then that's between the lab and the sheriff.
Okay, so you don't do
No.
anything further other than process?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. I'll ask that you break the seal of that and take a look inside, please.
Okay.
What's inside the box?
The rifle that we spoke about earlier.
And is it rendered safe?
Yes, it is. It has the zip tie through.
And is it similarly zip tied as you would have zip tied it?
Yes, sir.
Is it safe to handle and remove from the box?
It is.
Would you do that? Photographs and statements.
Yes, the serial number is the same.
Okay, so that's my question. How do you know what to be saying?
I have a photograph of it, and I just checked the serial numbers, and they are the same.
So it is in fact the same.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put that back.
Also inside was a test fire. This is from the laboratory. The laboratory test fire to make sure the weapon was operational.
Is that standard practice?
Yes,
Something-
yes, it is.
Something back with the rifle in that condition?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regards to the magazine, was the magazine also collected?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to determine how many rounds that magazine held?
I believe it was 20. How many it held, I'm not sure, but I believe it was holding 28 when we counted them.
Okay. Did the magazine match and fit that rifle?
We wouldn't try that. We'd let the firearms experts do that.
Okay. But in any event, the magazine was found near that rifle.
The magazine was on the top of the little stand, and the rifle was under the bed within feet of each other. Yes.
Fair enough.
Well, I don't know if everybody in the jury was able to see it.
Because it was a quick exchange. Can you just hold it up briefly so they can see it? The rifle.
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
We're good.
No, you're good. I just saw some of them craning their necks, so I didn't know if they could see.
Do you want to repackage it? Or, take it off the rack?
You want to store, you can go ahead and slide it, yeah, underneath there.
Right, so after you completed the search of the bedroom and ultimately processed the bedroom, did you have the occasion to process anyplace else in the house?
We found some damage on a wall. If you walk up the stairs to the living room, to the left, we have the top of the stairs. To the right was the hallway where we found the bullet or the cartridge. To the left, which separates the living room and the dining room, there was a wall. We found some holes and damage on that wall.
I'm going to back up in time, and I apologize, out of order. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. What is depicted there?
That's the cartridge or the live round in the hallway right outside the bathroom door.
Okay, so that would have been the first piece of evidence you would have found?
Yes.
And that, hence the one?
Yes.
Okay, you took the photo,
Yes.
fairly and accurately depict?
Yes.
Okay, and so that was located where?
Hallway right outside the bathroom door.
And what is that? What's depicted there?
Well, that's a cartridge, or live round.
Okay, so it's a casing and a bullet
Right.
together.
Right. The casing is that what holds the gunpowder and the primer. The bullet is the tip of it, which will actually leave the weapon.
Okay, so that's that round hasn't been fired.
Correct.
Okay, so what was depicted in the photograph in the bathroom in that exhibit that was marked by your yellow card number 2 was just the cartridge, correct?
Right. The bullet has left that cartridge.
Okay, so there was no bullet on the tip of it. It was just
Right.
the cartridge.
A fired round. For
Okay.
layman's terms, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you went then to the living room area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated, what did you discover then?
There are 3 little holes or damage on the photograph, on the picture frame, or the photograph. It's like a canvas artwork of these horses. And up here to the right, you see the little white spot on the gray wall.
So, and that's depicted in State's Exhibit 27, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what, again, you took that picture?
Yes, I did.
And what does it truly and accurately reflect what you saw that night?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And when you found that, what did you do next in your investigation?
We photographed it, we documented it, and then we tried to examine it and see if we could find possibly some fragments of the bullet.
Okay. Did you?
We found something metal. We don't have a lot of experience with .223 rounds. With local police departments, municipalities, we're usually dealing with handguns or shotgun rounds. So we found a piece of metal, we collected it, we sent it to the lab and let the lab analyze it.
Okay. And I'll, again, call your attention to State's Exhibit 28. Again, what is that?
That's a close-up photograph of that damage on the wall.
Okay. And again, you took that picture?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And fairly and accurately depict what you saw that night?
Yes, it does.
show you State's Exhibit number 29, asks you to identify what's in that.
Top of the photo of the canvas photo of the horses?
Okay, so that was the photo that was on the wall?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a photo of a photo that was on the wall?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a small circular hole at
Okay.
the top of that photo, just outside at the top of the frame.
Okay, and did you take that picture?
Yes.
Fairly and accurately depict what you saw that night?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Did you find anything around that or anything of evidentiary value there?
There's an accompanying damage on the inside of the frame, which we photographed.
Okay. Okay, and then State's Exhibit 30, what's depicted there?
It's just another photograph of the canvas horse photograph and the damage on the wall, just taken a little bit further back.
Okay, and again, you took that picture?
Yes.
Fairly and accurately depict what you observed that night?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and where were you when you took that photo, if you recall?
Right at the top of the stairs.
Okay, and so to orient the jury, if we turn left, that would be what we're seeing?
Yes.
At the top of the steps, and if we turn right, what
would be the
we
hallway.
seeing? The hallway, and that would be the same hallway where you found evidentiary item number 1 in the hallway, and would be to where the bathroom and the bedroom would be, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, after that, what did you do next in your investigation?
I believe we searched the house a little bit more. We then collected all those pieces of evidence, secured them, and then turned them over to the sheriff's department.
Okay. And about how long were you at the scene?
We left sometimes I document it, sometimes I do not. I did not document. We were there for several hours.
Okay. Did you have the occasion to, well, I guess we'll strike that for the moment. I'm going to, Agent, going to hand you the marker purpose identification, states number 54. Ask if you could identify what that is.
Yes.
What is it?
It's the 223 cartridge I located in the hallway.
Okay, and how do you know it to be the cartridge?
I have it written on here. It's my handwriting, and that's my initials on the back.
Okay, and so you collected it and put it in that
Yes, I did.
envelope yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And ask you to break your seal and identify what's in there, if anything.
Do you want me to remove this?
Yes.
Inside is another envelope, which I'll...
And is that a common practice?
Yes, yes. It's too hard to write all that information on a smaller one.
And what is that?
That's photo ID number 1, which was in the hallway outside the bathroom door.
So that is the actual item that you found, item number 1?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that time, after you completed on May 3rd, did you have any further investigation as a crime scene agent?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay, and was that with regards to 6344 Arbor Road?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and tell us how that came about.
Several days later, we brought in a gentleman who does most of our shooting reconstruction work. Yes, if we have a hole in the wall that we believe the bullet had caused, he will go back and he will use his training to try to determine what the trajectory was, or where that weapon was at when it was fired, the trajectory, which the line had traveled and made that hole. It's Agent Dan Borner. He's our resident expert. He teaches at the National Forensics Academy twice a year on bullet trajectory. So he's our in-house expert.
Okay, and so you went back to the scene, and what did you do?
He used several methods to try to determine what the trajectory was, but at the end of the day, he was unable to determine any type of trajectory.
Okay, fair enough. I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
I want to ask you some questions about the magazine you found, the cartridges, and the casings.
Yes.
Okay? You did a thorough investigation here, correct?
We tried to do the best we could, yes.
Okay, as thorough as you could.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recovered a magazine, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was 28 rounds in it, correct?
Yes.
A 30-round magazine is a pretty typical magazine for an AR-15, correct?
That's out of my field of expertise. I don't own a weapon of that sort, so I have to defer. If you say that's what it is, I believe.
Okay, what kind of, what's your comfort level talking about firearms?
More than your average layman, but I'm not a firearms expert.
Okay, okay. You've heard of a 30-round magazine?
Yes, sir, I have, yes.
All right, and there was 28 left in it,
Yes,
and there was one live round that you found in the hallway,
yes,
and then there was one empty round that was found in the bathroom.
correct.
Okay, equals 30, right?
Yes, sir.
You searched the rest of the house,
Yes.
didn't find any other casings,
No, not that I can recall now.
no cartridges?
No.
Okay. Where you did find the casing, the empty round, that was in the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And that would be consistent with somebody standing next to the bathroom firing this gun, correct?
What do you mean, like in the hallway?
Correct.
It's possible. There's no way there's no scientific documentation where you can say if this cartridge case landed here, it was fired from a particular point. You know what I mean?
Okay. So this is a semi-automatic rifle,
Yes.
correct? It's gas-powered.
Yes.
Cycles through rounds using gas.
Correct.
All right. The action on this rifle is on the right-hand side of the rifle, right?
That is correct.
All right. And we'll explain to the jury that what is the action?
It's the opening. When you fire the weapon, it'll cycle and it'll eject the cartridge casing, and the magazine then feeds a new round or a new cartridge into the breech to be fired another time.
Okay. And when it ejects it, it's using like literally the gas to eject it.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it ejects it with some force.
Yes.
So if somebody was standing in the hallway, a right-handed shooter, it's going to eject it out to the right.
That is correct.
The bathroom was to the right of where Ms. Cole was standing.
That is correct.
It's consistent with what she's saying, correct?
I don't know what you were saying.
Okay. It's consistent with somebody standing there next to the bathroom firing around. That's where
Yes.
we would expect it to go.
That could be a possibility, yes.
Okay. Can I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, so given what you were able to decipher through your thorough investigation, it would appear that one round was fired.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you made aware of what type of ammunition this was?
No, sir.
Okay. You're aware that there's different types of
Oh, yes,
ammunition?
yes.
Target loads versus self-defense, home defense
Correct,
loads?
sir, yes.
Some of them are made to be frangible.
Yes.
We explained to the jury what frangible ammunition.
Once it impacts something, it more or less just deteriorates or dissolves.
Or breaks up.
Yes.
Okay. So when it's a frangible ammunition, it's difficult to understand. If you can't recover it, you don't understand after it exits whatever its first hit, what it's going to do.
That is correct.
All right. It could go everywhere.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. You took photos of various spots of where you found blood.
Yes.
Okay. From what you could tell, did it appear that Mr. Mott had been inside and then left the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also in there, in the master bedroom, you remember this?
Yes.
You did notice a hole in the wall,
Yes, I did.
and next to the hole in the wall in the bed, did you notice a male's hat sitting there on the ground?
I remember there was a cell phone charger plugged in. If I look at the photographs, I probably see it, but it just, I didn't
Okay.
remember that intentionally.
Okay. The hallway, you remember the hallway, right?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe to the jury about how long the hallway is?
Man.
Roughly.
10 feet?
Okay, less than 21 feet?
Oh, yes.
All right. And to be clear, in your professional capacity, you couldn't make a determination where Audrey was when she pulled the trigger or where Mr. Mott was,
No, sir, we could not.
but he was shot in the chest.
Yes.
One shot in the back.
No, sir.
Okay. It's my understanding that the hole in the wall where Ms. Cole's head went through, that has been cut out and preserved? Are you in possession of the drywall?
No, I am not.
Okay. Do you know who is?
No. Drywall from where, sir? The master bedroom?
Correct.
No, I didn't. I had no dealings with that.
Okay, but you know what I'm talking about, the hole
Yes,
in the wall?
yes.
Okay, okay. And you wouldn't know if that was checked for DNA?
No, sir, I had no knowledge of that.
Okay. All right. Did you check the gun for DNA?
It went to the laboratory, but in an instance like that, where it's in a home and both people live in the home, you know, either one's DNA on the gun really wouldn't. prove
You would
the same
expect both
thing.
people's DNA to be on
Yeah.
the gun? Okay. One more moment.
You're welcome.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Agent Lulla, defense counsel asked you about some rudimentary knowledge about when a gas-powered rifle fires and it ejects a spent cartridge out of the rifle, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so when it's gas-powered, it would eject it with some force, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so with item number 2 that was found in the bathroom, it was found over by the doorway into the bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Item number 1, where was it found?
It was on the floor outside the bathroom door.
Okay, so would that round have been fired?
No. No.
Okay. Is there another way that that round could leave the gun?
If the weapon was loaded and there was a live round in the chamber and you would pull back on the slide, I'm not sure what the terminology is. If the weapon is loaded, it would eject a live cartridge, a live round.
Okay, so it's another way to put the next round in the magazine into the action,
If
correct?
you didn't know the weapon was already loaded, if the weapon was not loaded, you said the magazine in it, and you would charge the weapon, a live round would be put into the chamber. But if there's already a live round in the chamber and you pull back on the slide, that live round that's in the chamber is just going to eject out.
Okay, and so it wouldn't be under gas powered?
No.
It wouldn't have been fired and have the force of the gases from the bullet exiting the
That
rifle
is
to
correct.
throw
That's
out.
correct.
So basically gravity would take over
Yes.
on a round that wasn't fired if it was ejected manually,
Yes.
correct? Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. When you pull the trigger, gas powers the casing out,
Correct.
all right, with some force.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then it also uses gas to take a cartridge out of the magazine and load the gun.
Right.
That's why it's an auto-loading gun.
Yes.
So if I pull the trigger, kicks the shell out, now I've got a loaded gun.
Right.
And if I want to clear that weapon, I can do that.
Yes, sir. Yes, you can.
And it's not powered, it's going to fall right there on the floor.
That is correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Lulla, thank you. You may step down. Stable, how do you anticipate needing him anymore today?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay, then you need to stay around the courthouse until you are released.
Okay.
So they can tell you where you can sit out there. Go ahead and check in with the clerk of courts. He's sitting right outside the door. Okay, Mr. Barnett, I know at 11 you've got the coroner lined up. Do you have anybody we could get in before then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now how long do you anticipate this witness taking?
I can't say for sure.
Half hour, hour and a half?
More than a half hour.
More than a half hour. Does anybody from counsel desire to take a break in between witnesses? You do? Okay. This will be a quick break then. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're gonna take just a 10-minute refresher break. We're gonna be back in here, take your refresher, get ready to come back in right away. We'll be back in here, let's say at 10 till. So jury is dismissed at this time. Okay, we are back on the record on case number 21 CR 6643. It's still the state of Ohio's case, so Mr. Barnett, call your next witness.
The state would request, would recall Special Agent Lulla.
Okay, very good.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Special Agent Lulla, it's a dumb question but necessary question. You're still the same Special
Yes,
Agent
sir.
Ed Lulla that you were here a few minutes ago.
I am.
Okay. I'm going to hand you back State's Exhibit number 2, and I'm going to ask that you review the exterior of that and call your attention to State's Exhibit 55 that's marked there.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's the envelope that contains the cartridge casing that I found on the bathroom floor.
Okay, and how do you know it to be the cartridge of the case? It's found on the bathroom.
I have that written on the envelope.
And that was the case of the exterior.
Yeah, that's what I
Pulled so much tape off of it, I didn't see it.
You'd like me to open this?
Please. Does it have your mark?
Yes, it has my initials on it.
Package similar to the
Yes.
cartridge?
And that's the cartridge casing from the bathroom floor.
Okay, and that was depicted in photograph item 2.
Yes.
In the photographs as you marked the scene, correct?
That is correct.
And that is a .223 round?
Yes, sir.
And it's .223 round was the same type of weapon that is in Exhibit 2.
That is correct.
I have no question.
Just so there's no confusion, that was the casing that was found in the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Still 30 total cartridges, casings, rounds you found?
Yes, sir.
One casing, one cartridge outside the magazine, 28 in the magazine.
That is correct.
This was nothing new, this was just not talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else, Dave?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. David, I think now
We are done, but you still want him to stick around just in case?
Yes, please.
Okay, very good, so thank you. Just slide it under there for now. We'll move it at the break. Okay, State of Ohio, your next witness.
State of Ohio would call Deputy Richard Stauffer.
Did Abby go to get him? Hey, Stauffer, go ahead and stand right in front of the podium and raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Deputy, you can take your mask off.
Thank you.
For the record, would you tell us the name, or your name and address of your employer, please?
Rick Stauffer, 7 East Main Street, Carrollton, Ohio.
Okay, and who are you employed by?
The Carroll County Prosecutor.
Okay, and what do you do for the prosecutor?
I'm an investigator.
Okay, and how long have you been employed by the prosecutor?
Approximately a year and a half.
Okay, and prior to working for the prosecutor, did you have previous employment in law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
My first commission was with the Village of Hartville Police Department, and then I went to the Stark County Sheriff's Office, where I retired after 26 years. My last 6 years, I was in the Detective Bureau there.
Okay, and what are your primary responsibilities at the prosecutor's office?
Child sexual assault, physical abuse, any other case that would need assistance for further investigation.
Okay, are you certified in the state of Ohio in the field of law enforcement?
Yes.
And are you commissioned as a deputy sheriff in Carroll County?
Yes.
Okay, and to obtain your certification, did you receive the necessary training to become certified in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
And is that certification a good standard?
Yes.
You indicated that you were previously a detective in another county, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and have you had any specialized training and education in investigations or work as a detective?
Yes.
Would you tell us what those are?
I graduated from the University of Louisville Southern Police Institute in homicide investigation, intelligence-led policing, several other homicide schools.
And just briefly, what do those types of schools teach?
Crime scene management, interviewing, which were some other courses that I had taken, understanding crime scenes, methods, motivations.
Okay. And I'll ask you to recall May 3rd, 2021. Were you working for the Carroll County Prosecutor on that day?
Yes.
And what were your assigned duties back then?
I was as an investigator.
Okay. Do you, I guess, explain the types of cases you investigate. Do you work alone or do you work with other agencies?
I work with other agencies, whatever the need arises.
Okay. And so were you doing so on May 3rd, 2021?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to respond to 6344 Arbor Rd, Mechanicstown?
Yes.
And tell the members of the jury how you became aware that you were needed to respond to that.
I received a phone call from the Carroll County Prosecutor that had learned that there was a shooting that had taken place at that location, and I was asked to respond to that location to assist, and I did respond then.
Okay, and where were you when you got the call?
I was at home.
Okay, do you remember about what time it was?
I believe it was approximately 4:35 p.m.
Okay, was it during business hours that you work?
No.
Okay, so when you received the call, what did you do?
I responded to the scene. Once I arrived at the scene, I was briefed on what had been learned so far and what was taking place at the scene so far.
Okay, and what did you observe when you arrived?
I observed a body which appeared to be deceased in the northeast corner of, on the outside of the residence in the front lawn.
Okay, who else was there?
Sheriff Williams was there, Prosecutor Barnett was there, Deputy Licht was there, Deputy Martin, I believe possibly EMS was there, I don't recall. I believe, yes, they were there, as well as Major Graham.
Okay, and so did you learn who was involved?
Yes.
And who was involved?
Matthew Mott was the decedent, and he was shot by Audrey Branch.
Okay, and what did you do first in your investigation?
After learning what was taking place, I'd learned that there was a small child still in the residence. Carroll County Children's Services was contacted to respond to the scene to assist in placement of the child. I'd learned that Audrey Branch was transported to the hospital by ambulance, and there was nobody there to care for the child. And once Children's Services caseworker arrived, I worked with them in removing the child from the house.
Okay. And did that happen right away?
It took some time for her to respond to the scene and whatnot, but as far as the removal of the child, it took a little bit of time, yes.
Okay. And before that happened, then what were you responsible for?
Just seeing if the crime scene was going to be processed, notifying BCI, made certain that the decedent's body was covered with a canopy. There was a rainstorm approaching. We also had onlookers. We shielded the body with some sheets, and also spoke with some neighbors. It's a very rural area, but I did find some neighbors across the street and spoke to them to see if they had any information regarding this.
Okay. And was there a need for a search warrant for the residence?
Yes,
And did you participate in that?
yes.
And tell the jury how you participated and what you did.
We drafted the search warrant and presented it before the Carroll County Municipal Court before Judge Willen, and was authorized the search warrant for the residence.
Okay. And take us through that process and how long did it take?
It's usually, it depends. I believe we spent about an hour to 2 maybe hours obtaining the search warrant.
And to obtain the search warrant, did you have to leave the scene?
Yes,
Okay. And when you left the scene, were there other officers at the scene?
yes.
Okay. Do you remember about when you left the scene?
It was probably within an hour of my arrival, I'm estimating.
Okay. And where did you go to prepare the search warrant?
The prosecutor's office.
Okay. And about how long did it take to prepare the search warrant?
Again, approximately 45 minutes, maybe to an hour.
And after the paperwork is prepared or the warrant is prepared, what is done with it?
We met with Judge Willen at Carrollton Municipal Court and testified before him to obtain the search warrant.
Okay. Was the search warrant granted?
Yes.
And what kinds of things in the warrant were requested as part of the search?
Firearms, blood evidence, electronics, any evidentiary item basically that could assist in the investigation.
Okay. And was that search warrant granted?
Yes.
Okay. And so when it was granted, then what did you do?
Responded back to the scene with the search warrant, and BCI's crime scene unit was on scene at that point, and they were made aware that we did have a search warrant, and which permitted them to process the scene.
Okay, and you indicated that you also made arrangements with Children's Services because there was a child in the house. Was that before you went and got the search warrant, or was that after you got the search warrant?
I believe it was before, I'm not certain.
Okay. And so did you have the occasion to assist someone from Children's Services with regards to the child?
Yes.
And who did you assist?
Tracy Farber.
And who is Tracy Farber, or what capacity was she?
She's a caseworker with Carroll County Children's Services at the time.
Okay. And did you enter the house at any time with regards to the child?
Yes.
Do you remember when you did that?
Yes. With Tracy Farber, we entered the residence to assist her in removing the child, Selena Mott, from the residence.
Okay. And how old, if you had to guess, was Selena Mott?
I believe 3.
Okay. Was there anybody in the house with her?
Yes, Deputy Martin.
Okay. And you, if I understand you right, was this before or after the search warrant?
I believe it was before.
Okay. When you were there, did you search for anything or anything of evidentiary value?
No.
Okay. And Deputy Martin was already in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you find Deputy Martin and Selena?
Deputy Martin was in the hallway outside of Selena's bedroom, and Selena was in her bedroom.
Okay. And what was Selena doing, if you know?
She was sleeping.
Okay. And was she awakened?
Tracy Farber had quite a bit of difficulty awakening her to get her out of bed. I did not go into the bedroom with her, but I could hear verbally her trying to wake up Selena.
Okay. After that, what happened?
She was able to get Selena out of the bed and carry her, and I escorted Tracy through the house, out the back door, in an effort to shield Selena from seeing her deceased father in the front yard. Ultimately escorted Tracy and Selena clear to her vehicle, which was parked well in front of the house.
Okay. During that encounter, could you describe Selena's demeanor?
Extremely lethargic,
Okay.
almost asleep the entire time, even while she was being carried.
Okay. And where was she taken to?
She was taken to Carroll County Children's Services here in Carrollton and ultimately released to maternal grandmother from Pittsburgh.
Okay. And did you participate in going to Carrollton to make that transfer?
I believe I did stop by while I think was returning with the search warrant for that transition at some point, just briefly.
Okay, so you didn't stay with the caseworker and the child after you left the scene. You separated?
Correct.
Okay, and then you went to get the warrant.
Yes.
Okay, and then in the interim, you checked back at Children's Services?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so when you went back to the scene, what did you do, or what happened next?
I was briefed by the crime scene technicians of what evidence they'd found, where they found it, and so forth.
Okay, and then what did you do further in the investigation at that point?
Ultimately, the evidence that they had obtained, they signed over to me to secure.
It's gonna get done. Okay, go ahead and finish.
They had ultimately turned over the evidence they had collected to me to be secured for later transport to the crime lab for testing.
Did you recall about what time you arrived back?
I believe it was dark out at that point. I would estimate 9 o'clock at night, I'm estimating.
Okay, and who was there when you got there?
Most of the previously mentioned people, except Major Graham, Ed Lulla from BCI, Larry Hootman from BCI was there, Deputy Lick was still there. I'm not certain about Deputy Martin at that point, and Sheriff Williams was still there.
Okay, and so you indicated that there were items that were collected as evidence and given to you. What were those?
The rifle, the magazine, a spent casing, and an unspent cartridge.
Okay,
I believe some drywall, a unknown metal item, off the top of my head.
what kind of rifle was given to you?
AR-15 or 223,
Okay, what kind of magazine?
30-round magazine.
Okay, and what kind of casings and cartridges?
The spent, the cartridge, I think there were multiple different brands that we removed from the magazine. I believe they were like a reloaded type cartridge, but they were all framed up. The unspent, I should say, were frangible cartridges.
Okay, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You bet. Good hand, was been marked previously as State's Exhibit Number 2. Ask that you would open that and take a look at it and consider it for. What is that?
That appears to be the rifle that was collected that evening.
And was it collected to you as just handing you a rifle, or how was it collected? And how were you received it?
It was packaged and taped shut.
Okay,
secured.
so this this box is how you received this box,
Yes,
and it was taped shut.
yes.
Okay. And so, with that box, what did you do with it?
Ultimately secured it in an evidence cabinet at the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and was that further processed?
Yes.
Okay, and where was it processed to?
It was taken to Richfield's BCI office or laboratory for firearms testing, operability.
Did you take it?
I believe either myself or Captain Watson from the sheriff's office, I don't recall off the top of my head, but
Okay. Did you receive it back
yes,
from BCI?
yes.
Okay, and how was it received back?
In the same package, sealed.
Okay. With regards to, on the exterior of the box, I'm sorry, I'll hand you what's been marked states 54. Ask you to open that. Can you identify what that is?
An unspent cartridge, which according to the envelope was found in the hallway.
And did you find that or did somebody else find it?
BCI found it.
Okay. So, but you would receive that envelope, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and was it sealed also?
yes.
So you weren't, when you received it, you weren't aware of what was actually in it other than what was noted on the exterior, is that correct?
Correct. I'd seen that item prior to it being packaged when I was first in the residence assisting children's services.
You know, Andy has been previously identified as states number 55. What is that?
Appears to be a spent casing that was recovered from the bathroom floor at the residence.
Again, you received that in a sealed envelope,
Yes,
and that's the same sealed envelope that you received.
yes.
So after you were at the scene, after you collected, retrieved those items, what happened in the next phase of your investigation?
Ultimately, I ended up at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office where I met with Major Graham and Audrey Branch for an interview.
Okay, and how was it decided that there would be an interview?
It's just a standard procedure to interview any and all people involved if possible in such a case.
Okay, where was that interview conducted?
In the interview room at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and who did you interview?
Audrey Branch.
Okay, is Audrey Branch present in court?
Yes.
Would you identify her, please, for the record?
She's seated at the defense table in what appears to be a gray blazer.
Let the record reflect that the deputy identified the defendant.
And who else was present for the interview?
Major Graham.
And Audrey Branch, of course?
Yes.
Okay, and prior to any questioning,
Yeah, it'll be a minute. Keep going, it'll take a minute for the pressure of this.
all right, I'll have a big mouth. Prior to the questioning, did either you or Major Graham review with Audrey Branch her constitutional rights?
Yes.
Why would you do that?
Just so she is fully aware of her constitutional rights, that she does not have to speak to us.
Okay, and she was a suspect in a shooting, correct?
That's correct.
And she was at the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
And what are Miranda warnings?
And advising her that she has the right not to talk to us. She has the right to advice of a lawyer present, that anything she says can and will be used against her in a court of law.
Okay, and is it required of you before you question somebody in that situation that they be advised of those warnings?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And was this a situation where it was necessary?
Not necessarily, because she was not in custody.
Okay. But in any event, did you or Major Graham go over her rights with her?
Yes.
Who did?
I believe Major Graham did.
And was she read those rights, those constitutional rights?
Yes.
And do you or Major Graham use a written document to go over someone with those rights?
Yes.
And did you go over those rights in writing with the defendant that night?
Yes.
Agent has been previously marked the state's exhibit number 3. Ask that you identify that.
This appears to be the constitutional rights form that was read to Audrey Branch. And it was signed by Audrey Branch as well as myself.
Okay, and that was done before any questioning was made?
Yes,
Okay, and that is your signature?
that is.
And did you date it?
Yes.
And is there a time?
Yes.
What time is it?
11:57, and that would be PM.
Okay, and what was the purpose of documenting the time?
Just to be aware of the time that this took place.
Okay. And did you fill this out, or did Audrey Branch fill this out?
I filled it out.
Okay. Did she sign her own signature?
Yes.
Okay. And you signed your own signature?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any indication to you that she didn't understand what she was signing?
No.
Was there any indication that she didn't understand what her rights were?
No.
Did she agree to talk to you?
Yes.
And when I say you and Major Graham together, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And before the interview started, did you have the occasion to note the defendant's appearance?
Yes.
What did you note? What was she wearing?
She had a sweatpants and sweatshirt. I don't recall the color right off the top of my head, as well as a mask.
Okay. Did she have any apparent injuries that you saw?
She did have a imperfection on her forehead that I could see.
Okay. Did you see anything else?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was that imperfection bandaged in any way?
No.
Was her neck immobilized?
No.
Did she appear to know where she was and who she was speaking with?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I guess then, take us through the interview. What happened and what did the defendant tell you?
I had asked her basically the events that had led to the shooting and what has been happening recently in her and Matthew's life.
Okay, and what did she tell you?
She said that they've been having issues. She indicated that they both have issues they need to work on. She was going to purchase a house to remove herself from the house. And she said this most recent weekend was rather, I believe, toxic or rough, I believe.
Okay, and then what did you ask her further about the incident that happened?
Yes.
Okay, and what did she tell you?
She indicated that the argument that day had started with a debate over Selena. They had both determined that Selena was constipated, and Matthew was attempting to give Selena a hard Stauffer pill. Audrey was not in the room at the time, and she heard Matt yelling, and she went to investigate and saw that he was trying to give her a hard pill, and Audrey determined that a soft pill would be more prudent, and they had an argument over that.
Okay. And that's what she told you?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did she tell you next happened?
She said that he got mad and thrown a water bottle against the door and walked away. She then walked with Selena into Selena's bedroom, and she was holding Selena while she was doing some work on her phone.
Okay. And did she elaborate further, or did you ask any further questions about what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you learn?
I learned that Matthew had come into Selena's bedroom and put Selena to bed. And then at that point, Audrey had went to what she referred to as her bedroom and continued working on her phone. Matthew had then left. He had inquired what she was doing, and she told him. And then he had left for some time and then returned back to the bedroom.
Okay. Did she say how the argument then started after that? Or was there an argument that started?
Yes. I believe she said Matthew had accused her of speaking with other men, going on hikes with other men. And Audrey said he'd become aggressive. And she told Matthew that she was not afraid of him. And she said at that point Matthew had charged her. She indicated that he had grabbed her by the neck and taken her to the floor and began punching her repeatedly. She said she attempted to block the punches. He'd made some comments and ultimately stopped hitting her and then walked away.
Okay. And then what did you learn next?
That she had retrieved the rifle, which was underneath her bed. After getting the rifle, she had walked over to a large closet where she retrieved the magazine for the rifle. At that point, she loaded the magazine into the rifle and charged the weapon. We'd asked her why she keeps the magazine separate from the weapon, and she'd indicated that her therapist recommended that she keeps those two items separate due to her suicidal tendencies.
Did she say what happened next?
She stated that she had exited the bedroom at that point, started walking down the hall, and at this point was past Selena's bedroom when Matt had come around the corner. She provided several different versions of where he came from, the living room and stairwells, I believe, but appeared at the end of the hallway. She said that he had said something to her. She doesn't recall what was said, and she ultimately leveled the firearm at her and shot him in the chest.
Did she say what Selena was doing at that time?
She said she was sleeping. I should note that she said while the attack was taking place in the bedroom, she had screamed, but Selena still never woke up.
Okay. Did she say anything about her thought process at the time she retrieved the weapon or thereafter?
I had asked her what was the purpose for the weapon, and she said to protect herself.
Okay. Did she say what Matt did?
She said after she did not know where he went after she retrieved the weapon, he had walked out of the bedroom.
Okay. What did she say after the shooting happened? What happened?
She said Matt said, "Ow, the pain." He had then run down the steps from the end of the hallway and out the front door. She said that she kind of followed him the way I interpret it. She saw blood on the, what she referred to as a screen door, but it's a storm door. She looked outside and did not see Matt. She said she came back inside the residence, all with her rifle, and then decided to look again outside where she had observed him collapsed in the front yard.
Okay. Did she say how many times she fired the weapon?
She said she fired it once.
Okay. Did she say what type of weapon was used?
Yes.
What was
the
it?
rifle that is recovered here?
Okay. And that was an AR-15, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At any point, did you learn if she called 911?
Yes.
When did you learn that?
She indicated that she had called her mother first before calling 911, and then she had called 911.
Did she say how long she was on the phone with her mother?
No, I don't believe.
Okay. Did you ask her if she thought anybody else in the house was going to be hurt?
Yes.
What did she say?
Specifically asked her about Selena as she had walked past Selena's room when she had exited her bedroom. At one point she said she didn't think Selena was in danger. She later said she may have been in danger, and then she later said she didn't know if Selena would be in danger. And I asked her if Selena was in her thought process when she was walking down the hallway, and she said obviously not, because she did not get Selena.
Did she say if, did you ask her what her first thought was when Matt came around the corner, or was it the end of the hall?
She said that he was going to get her or hurt her.
Was she asked if Matt ever brandished a weapon?
Yes.
What was her answer?
She said there was nothing in his hands.
Okay. Was there, at any time or at any specific time, or just that day in general, or that incident in general?
That incident in general, but she was asked if she had ever been threatened by him before with a firearm, and she said no.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you what she did with the rifle after it was fired?
Yes. She had removed the magazine, removed the unspent cartridge from the firearm, put the magazine on a end table or dresser in the bedroom, and then put the firearm underneath the bed in the bedroom where she had retrieved it from.
Did she volunteer any information about any stressors or other issues that night?
Yes.
And what were those, or what did she tell you?
She said that I'd asked her if she'd been under a lot of stress. She said she had. She said her therapist indicated that she needs to handle stressors in small doses. She said that typically she would leave the situation, but in this position she couldn't. She said when she's unable to leave the situation, she reacts in an unhealthy way.
Okay. Did she explain what she meant by an unhealthy way?
No,
Okay. Did you ask her?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Did you ask her if she was taking any prescribed medication that day, or any alcohol or anything else?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She said she was prescribed medication, but she does not take it because it makes her groggy. So she decided not to take it. The therapist indicated that in lieu of not taking the medication, that she would need to, increase her therapy sessions. And I asked her if she was current with that, and according to her, she said she was.
Okay. What else in the course of your interview did you learn?
That she has anxiety. Both she and Matt have PTSD.
Was there anything else about the incident that night that you learned?
Not off the top of my head. But
Okay. About how long did the interview last?
I would estimate an hour.
Okay. Do you believe that the defendant was forthcoming?
Yes, I don't believe she was deceitful in any way.
Did she answer the questions that you asked?
Yes, very
Okay.
cooperative.
Okay. And so after the interview terminated, what happened next?
It was decided then that she would be charged with murder.
Okay. And at that point, did you do any further investigation on that night?
On that night, no.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we have a minute?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it on. Is this the,
I'm sorry?
are you going to play the interview? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm going to show some photographs.
Okay. Yes, I think that graphic is from the TV.
Oh.
Deputy Stauffer, you are familiar with your criminal investigation, correct?
Yes,
And you, as part of your duties, were you aware of that a total scan of the scene was made?
yes.
And what is that?
It's a recording device that has capabilities of recording in a 360-degree fashion.
Okay, and what is that used for in the world of investigation?
It's able to capture the entire scene versus just still photographs that can only capture the area that's within the lens. It also allows you to make measurements of the room or any other item that you would want measured and so forth and so on. It's an interactive tool, if you will, for providing further investigation after you leave the scene.
Okay, and so Agent Lulla was at the scene when you were, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that a scan was made of the residence?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to view that scan in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And has that scan assisted you in your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to manipulate the scan to show the interior of that residence?
I believe so, yes.
And so calling your attention to State's Exhibit number 6, which is identified as a Vci Scan, would you care to open the scan? And would you care to take us to the bedroom of the residence? And did you have the occasion to go to that room yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and could you identify what you see in the room there?
The item marked number 3 is the magazine in which Audrey had removed from the firearm. This imperfection in the wall is, I believe at one point she said that what Matthew had put her head into. To the right is the closet in which she said she originally retrieved the magazine from. And then underneath that bed is where the rifle was retrieved and returned to.
And so can that screen go to the hallway then?
I can show that much of the hallway in this particular
In that picture?
Yes.
Okay, and what's depicted, could you identify with the cursor where the hallway is?
Yes. The wood floor area is the hallway. Diagonally across is Selena's bedroom.
And is that the bedroom that you, is that the same hallway that you were in when you went in with the social worker to retrieve the child?
Yes.
Again, fairly accurately depict what it looked like on the night in question.
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you able to view the actual hallway from other angles?
Yes.
And can you, are
Yes.
you familiar with how that works? So to orient everyone, where was that location start from, and what direction would you be looking?
This is from the bathroom, which would be, as you looked out of that master bedroom door, it would be the first doorway on your right. I will rotate it around. This doorway here is what you previously saw as Selena's bedroom. It's hard to see at this angle, but this doorway is that master bedroom that we just previously looked at.
And then what's to the immediate right as
That's the bathroom.
and then does that go further into the bathroom?
Yes, we are. I can zoom in.
Okay. Now, are you able to see the hallway from near the entrance of the residence?
Yes.
Where would the entrance to the residence be in that photograph?
To the right where my cursor is there.
And then straight ahead, and that view is facing what?
This is facing the hallway. The second door on the left would be where the bathroom is. Where this cursor is here. Further back on the right, slightly, is Selena's bedroom door. This is a closet door here.
From your interview with the defendant, were you able to ascertain the approximate location of where the defendant was when she raised the firearm?
Yes.
And where was that?
She indicated right at the end of the hallway where that cursor is there. I asked her if she could draw a diagram to further clarify, to make sure there was no misinterpretation of where he was.
Okay, I'm sorry, where she was or where he was?
Both.
Okay, so where was she located?
She would have been down the hallway, but outside the bathroom door.
And where would have Matt Mott been located, based on what you learned from your interview, approximately?
Down the hallway at the, I guess you'd say, end or beginning of the hallway, depending upon how you look at it.
And I'm sorry.
Right where my cursor is.
Now, you indicated that the defendant gave you a drawing
Yes.
of a diagram. I'm going to hand you the marker representative, states number 4. Can you identify that?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the hand-drawn diagram that Audrey had provided of where she was and where Matt was.
How do you know it to be the diagram that she drew?
It's in the envelope dated by me that it was drawn on May 4th, 2021, and noted as a hand-drawn diagram from Audrey Branch.
So you were present in that diagram that he made?
Yes,
It was made on what type of substance?
just standard notebook paper.
And what's depicted in that?
It depicts where she came from, her bedroom, down the hall, and it appears to, and it also shows that she was past Selena's bedroom when Matt came around the corner. And it shows where Matt was standing or was positioned when he was shot.
Is it to scale?
No.
Okay, and is it hand-drawn?
Yes.
Who drew it?
Audrey Branch.
Okay, and did you ask her to draw that?
I asked her if she'd be willing, yes.
And why did you ask that?
Again, just to be certain that she had the opportunity to clarify her statement in writing, just so there was no misinterpretation of where she was and where Matt was, as we were not there during the incident.
Is that a common device in an interview when you're talking about locations and proximity to where people are?
Yes.
Have you done that in past cases and past investigations?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you recognize that it's not to scale?
Yes.
Do you recognize that it's not 100% accurate?
Correct.
What value does it have, though, to you as an investigator, despite those items that are out there?
Significant value.
And tell us why that is significant here and what's significant about that.
It shows us where she was, where the victim was when the shooting took place.
And does that assist you in your investigation?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett, can I see that real quick? Can you show that to the jury as well? I don't think they know what you're talking about.
Is it oriented north, south, east, or west?
It is not.
Okay. So could you explain what the defendant detailed to you?
She detailed that this would be the bedroom that she came out of. This would be the hallway that she came down. This would be Selena's bedroom to her left. This is where she stopped. And this is where Matthew was when he was shot.
Now, did you have the occasion after May 3rd or May 4th to return to 6344?
You can leave it right there, Mr. Stauffer.
Yes.
And why was that?
We had some additional, after viewing the total scan and pictures, we had some additional questions about the scene that we wanted to further investigate.
Okay, and did you receive a second search warrant?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that was?
I don't, it was in May, it was a week or so, I'm not really certain, I shouldn't say.
Were you there?
Yes.
Who else was there at that search?
Captain Watson was there, as well as 3 BCI agents that day.
Okay, and what was the purpose of the search?
We wanted to examine some imperfections in the wall in the living room that we had seen, as well as closer examine some of the blood on the window or storm door, if you will, but primarily the imperfections in the wall to try and recover a projectile.
Okay, were you successful?
No.
Okay, so were you able to find anything with regards to imperfections in the wall? I guess the first question is, what wall were you looking at?
This would be the south wall. I would call it the living room area, just adjacent to the kitchen, and I can show that if you'd like.
Okay, sure. Is it depicted in the scan?
We were looking at these imperfections where my cursor is there, as well as up there, and I believe there possibly is up there, I'm not certain.
Were you successful in finding anything?
We did find an unknown metal object,
Okay.
but otherwise no projectile.
Okay, and with this information, what did you do next in the investigation?
At that point, I believe we attempted to examine, or BCI attempted to examine the picture for projectile residue, which was unfruitful to determine anything from that. ultimately had returned to the scene a third time even. And prior to that, there was a second interview with Ms. Branch
Okay, and where did the second interview take place?
at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and who was present?
Her counsel, Attorney Mallory, myself, and Major Graham.
Okay, and do you know what date that interview took place?
I believe that was in June. Again, I apologize, I do not know the date off the top of my head.
Fair enough. What was the purpose of that interview?
In an attempt to answer some of the questions that had arisen after viewing the crime scene, we simply could not scientifically have answers to those questions to see if she could answer those for us.
Okay. You said counsel was present, correct?
Correct.
Okay, was she Mirandized again?
She was not Mirandized, but we made it clear that her counsel was present and that, he would be able to legally guide her, if you will, for what questions she should answer or should not.
Okay. Was it, did she voluntarily talk to you with counsel present?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the questions that you'd hope to have answers for?
We had 6 documented questions that we had provided to counsel before that. I wrote them down, or I do have them documented, so I can paraphrase some of them. Hopefully I will not forget all 6. But we wanted to know, again, where she was standing, where Matthew was standing, the manner in which she was holding the weapon, and also if she could explain the 2 or 3 imperfections in the wall that I had just shown on the total scan.
Okay. Did you get answers to any of those questions?
Yes.
And what were the responses and what were you told, or what did you learn?
She provided a second document or diagram of her position with a little bit more detail, I believe, of doors and clarity of the hallway itself. She also indicated that she held the rifle in what we call a high ready position, where the butt of the gun is on her shoulder and the barrel of the gun would be in a level position.
Okay. Did you gain any more information about any of the issues with the wall or the picture?
She did not have a response for that.
Okay. You indicated you requested another handwritten diagram.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you the mark for purposes of identification, states exhibit number 51. Have to take a look at that. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is another diagram that she provided. And this would have been June 2nd, 2021. And it shows her position in the hallway in relation to the bathroom doors, Celine's bedroom, and where Matt was at the end of the hallway. And she also noted the steps at the end of the hallway, so we were oriented of which end of the hallway this transpired.
Okay. Did anything change from diagram to diagram?
No.
Was the defendant consistent in where she said she was between the 2 times she drew those diagrams?
Yes.
Okay. What about the relationship between her and Matt Mott?
Yes.
That there was consistent in where everyone was about approximately?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I believe you indicated that did you go back to the scene a 3rd time?
Yes.
Okay. When did you go back to the scene a 3rd time?
I'm not certain of the date, but we had went back with the attorney handling the property, if you will, who allowed us back in to further examine. My intention at that point was to further examine the hole in or imperfection in the bedroom wall.
You indicated there was an imperfection in the bedroom wall. that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that imperfection in the bedroom wall?
She had indicated that her head was pushed through the wall at one point.
Okay. And why did you want to go back and look at that?
I wanted to measure the diameter, if you will, of that hole.
Okay. Had that been done on the night of May 3rd when you were there?
No.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. So you went to measure it on a date, not May 3rd?
Correct.
Okay. But it wasn't done. You didn't measure anything on May 3rd, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, did anybody else measure anything on May 3rd?
No.
Did you observe imperfection in the wall in the bedroom on May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you find when you went back the third time?
I found the diameter of the imperfection, after measuring it, appeared to be smaller than I originally perceived it to be.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for purposes of identification, State's Exhibit number 42. What is that?
That's a picture of the imperfection
Okay, and where was that located?
in the north bedroom wall.
Okay, and who took that picture?
I did.
Okay, and when did you take it?
When I had returned the third incident, or third day, I'm not, again, certain of the date.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw on that day?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say you measured it, how did you do that?
I just used a tape measure while photographing it from various angles and measurements.
Okay. Okay, just to show you what's been marked for purposes of identification, State's number 43. What is that?
One of the pictures that I had taken with a tape measure to show the width of the hole.
Okay, and you took that photograph?
Yes.
And you took it on your third visit?
Yes.
And that fairly and accurately depict the hole as you saw it that day?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could estimate about how wide, or was that length or was that width?
That would be width.
Okay, about how long, how wide?
Approximately 4¼ inches.
And what's depicted in State's Exhibit 44?
The height of the imperfection in the wall. This is a photograph that I had taken, and I'm estimating it to be approximately 3¼ inches in height.
Okay, again, you took that photograph on the day you were there?
Yes.
Fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else that that day that you gathered for investigation purposes on your third visit?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And during the course of the investigation, did you find any evidence or gather any evidence that Matt Mott was armed at any time?
No.
Were there other weapons in the home to your knowledge?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Upon a search of the residence, there was a firearm that was found in the kitchen in a cabinet.
Was that found on May 3rd or was it found some other time?
May 3rd.
Okay. And it was in the kitchen. Was it in a specific location?
Yes, on a cabinet. I guess it would be the east wall of the kitchen.
Okay. Did you find or was there any evidence of a firearm that was at or near the body of Matt Mott?
No.
Was there a firearm found in the hallway that wasn't the rifle that you have identified?
No.
Any knives found in the hallway?
No.
Any baseball bats, clubs, or any other items that could be used as a weapon?
No.
Okay. When you interviewed the defendant, did she say she shot him during the altercation in the bedroom?
No.
Okay. So she told you that it was outside the bedroom where she was standing was in the hallway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she thought she would be killed?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she thought she would be shot?
No.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Stauffer, your interview with my client lasted about an hour and a half, didn't it?
Approximately, that sounds.
And the whole thing was recorded.
That's correct.
And the state has that recording.
Yes.
And the state could just play that recording.
Yes.
And you have not told the jury everything that she said in that hour and a half.
Certainly not.
No. Judge, I'm requesting to play the entire video recording for the jury. You just testified that my client talked about issues in that conversation you had with her, right?
Yes.
What she actually talked about was Matthew Mott's increasing aggression and her concern over it.
I don't remember if that's the specifics of her intention of those statements.
You don't recall her many times talking about how he was getting more and more aggressive, using the phrases like aggressive, aggressive, trigger.
I don't believe repeatedly.
Would hearing of the video recording in which she talks about it repeatedly refresh your memory?
It may.
Judge, I'm going to play the recording.
Hold on, we just talked about this.
Yes, Judge, but can you rush? She expressed concern to you over Matthew Mott's increasing aggression.
She expressed concern over his aggression. I'm not certain about the increasing part.
She used the phrase that she thought that he might have been triggered over the past weekend.
Yeah, in fact, she had spoke about being triggered, and I had clarified with if she was speaking about herself or him, and she did say him.
And that night, she heard Matthew Mott in the room with her child, Selena.
Could you repeat that?
That night, she heard Matthew Mott in the room with her child, Selena.
My understanding is she witnessed Matt come into the room with Selena and put Selena to bed.
He was yelling.
I don't recall her saying that.
You don't recall your testimony where you just testified that she heard Matthew yelling, which caused her to come into the room?
Are you referring to the bedroom or the kitchen?
I'm referring to when Matthew was with her child and was frustrated over an apparent constipation issue.
Yes, that occurred in the kitchen, I'm sorry.
And she physically saw him throw her bottle against the wall.
I don't know if it was her bottle, but a water bottle.
You testified that she shot Matthew in the hallway.
Yes.
She told you that he came at her again in the same manner he came at her before, and that's when she shot him.
Are you referring to an incident in the bedroom or when you say come at?
I'm referring to when she shot him. He came at her, and then she shot him.
She said he came at her, yes.
And that's when she shot him, yes?
Yes.
She told you he grabbed her neck, right?
In the bedroom, yes.
Threw her on the floor, right?
Yes.
She's not throwing punches. He's punching her, right?
According to her, yes.
And he left.
Yes.
And she grabbed her rifle and her ammunition.
Yes.
And she told you the reason is because she needed to get out.
Yes.
She said, get out. All I was thinking about was how I needed to get out.
She also said to protect herself, she said.
Yeah, because she told you. She didn't know if he was coming back, right?
Correct.
She used the phrase, she didn't know if he would go and grab something and come back, right?
Correct.
And she never told you that she did not see a gun in her hand. What she actually said is she didn't know what he was going to do.
I believe she was asked if he had anything in his hands, and she said she saw nothing in his hands.
She told you very specifically that she was in fear for her life.
When asked, yes.
Her frame of mind, she told you repeatedly, was she was just trying to get out.
I don't know what her frame of mind was.
You asked her specifically about what her frame of mind was, and she said what she was thinking about was how she had to get out, just like she had to get out before.
She may have, yes, inferenced that she was trying to get out.
She told you that she was scared. She was scared when he did that thing to her in the bedroom. She was scared in the hallway, and she was even scared of him after she shot him. She told you that.
I don't know if she told me she was scared after she had shot him.
But seeing a video recording of her saying that refresh your recollection.
Objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can ask that question. Go ahead and answer.
They may.
Judge, may we approach?
At this point, we're going to take a quick recess. So quick enough for everybody to go out, get refreshed, go to the bathroom, get a quick drink, and be back in. It's 10 after now. I'm going to start back up by 25 after. So at this point, jury, you may go out in the hallway. Before the attorneys leave, I do want to address this issue. Oh, you can be seated real quick. So the option is right now, the state can withdraw their objection. We can show the video. My concern is there's two videos. They're each how long? One's an hour at least. And how long's the other one? 16 minutes, is it? So for this objection that you're raising right now, or the issue that you want to get in, how long will that take? Do you need to watch the entire video, or is there a portion? So your request is to watch the entire first video and the entire second video. Okay. But you're going to. Okay. So that's what's on the table, state of Ohio. So that's what you have to discuss during this break. And then before we bring the jury back in, we'll talk about it again. Okay, so but for now we are on recess. We are back on the record on 21 CR 6643. You can be seated. Okay, we took a break due to a couple of issues, all related to the same topic. The interview, the interrogation conducted by the sheriff's deputies. There's 2 interrogations at issue. Defense first raised the issue stating that they wanted to introduce that as evidence at this point. State objected. I ruled with the state to introducing the entire video because it's the state's case at this point. Informed defense that they could introduce that during their phase of trial. Another motion was raised, this time due to attempts to impeach the witness, and the state at that point also objected, and the court responded by asking if there was a specific minute mark or a specific section of the interrogation that they wanted to use to try and impeach the witness. At that point, defense really didn't have it queued, but the objection was raised again at a later point. And so the state is considering their options as of the break to see what they want to do with the video. Judicial economy would suggest that introducing it now would be the easiest thing to do, but it is the state's decision at this point as far as introducing the video. So, State of Ohio.
Your Honor, we would concur with the court. It's going to come in one way or the other. So whether it's in their presentation of their case, you know, we understand. So I think, I don't know how you give any limiting instructions on stuff that's in it that may be prejudicial, or if there's objections raised as you go, but that would be the concern.
Well, I don't know what those objections are, what they are at this point. So yeah, if there's something that's about to hit, you've seen the video, make the objection at that point. I can't deal with it until I know what it is. Okay, anything from defense at this point? So you intend to, at this point, introduce the first video that we're talking about, the one that's about an hour? Yes. And your intention is to play the whole thing? Yes. Okay, very good.
Is that, for our clarification, you're gonna play it, and that's it?
Play it now.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cross-examine.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't want stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. So we'll play the whole thing, and then you can cross-examine. I mean, is there any, I haven't seen this video, obviously, so I don't know if there's 5 minutes of dead time at the beginning, 5 minutes at the end. I mean, can we skip to the parts that are relevant?
There's 5 minutes of dead time at the beginning, and then it goes to pretty much the end.
Okay, and Mr. Barnett, you have this video?
It's their request. I'm not gonna play it for them.
I have to read. That's why
Hold on. You each have the video, right?
Correct.
Do you have the video on your computer?
Yes.
Can you put it on the screen?
Yes, that's what I was testing.
Okay.
That's why I was testing it.
It worked, yeah.
Well, prior to this issue, I thought, yeah, we'd be at lunch for sure at noon, but at this point, we're going to watch this video, get through cross, and then see where we're at. It's ready?
Is that the 5-minute mark?
Well, it's not, it didn't, are you sure it's plugged in right?
We just tried it this morning. I mean, it came on this morning.
Is there a different port?
I mean, I put it in this one.
I mean, but
Maybe just try unplug it, replug it. I don't know. Maybe it just didn't activate. There it goes. Okay. Oh, that easy unplug, replug. Okay, Abby, go ahead and get the jury back in.
Please rise for the jury.
You can be seated. And Abby, I'm going to need you to get Deputy Stauffer back in. Go ahead and have a seat. I will remind you, you are still under oath. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stauffer, if you can take a look at that video. That's May 3rd, 2021, when you conducted an interview with my client.
Yes,
You take a look at that person. That's Audrey Branch, right?
yes,
The same person who's sitting right there, right?
yes.
Okay. And if you also could do me a favor, that's around 11:53 p.m.
Yes,
And we're a couple minutes in an interview because basically she's just sitting there, right?
could be yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Audio's coming through here, but not through there.
Hold on, it's properly on the computer, did you check that earlier today? Did it work earlier or not?
And we checked the computer earlier.
But you didn't check the audio?
No.
It's probably a setting in the computer.
Would be my guess.
Judge, can I ask the TV tech guy to come over here for a second?
The TV tech guy?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about him. I was going to say, we don't have one of those. This is Carroll County.
Do you know how to get audio to play through there, if the video's playing through there?
Maybe.
All right, cool.
But I don't know. Read what that is clicked there.
I think the cord probably is loose again because when you moved it, it came off the screen up here. There it is.
Should be Brett.
Judge, can we take a brief recess? I just don't want to have the jury sit here while I figure this out.
Well, look, the alternative is the prosecutor's got it. His is already hooked up and working.
I don't have it, I think, on here.
You don't have it on there?
No, I think we have a CD, but
It's not on your computer.
I can get it to work. I just need a moment because I'm not really technical.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to take another break and get everybody out and then everybody back in and.
Another thing I could do, Judge, is put it on a USB and run it through their computer.
I'll tell you what, it's almost lunchtime. You're gonna have lunchtime to figure it out. So we'll just take a break at this point. We're gonna take an hour for lunch. They're gonna work on this issue, this technical issue. So we'll be back at 20 till 1 o'clock, ready to go. And so jury, you are free to go for lunch. You are allowed to go anywhere in town that you want. You just need to be back ready to go prior to 20 till. So you are released. I have a computer we could use too, but okay. Okay, you can be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on case number 21 CR 6643. At this point, it is still the defense's cross of Deputy Stauffer. Deputy Stauffer, you are still sworn in, so you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, I want you to take a look at the video that's up on the screen, right? This is Defendant's Exhibit A. What's the date on the screen?
May 3rd, 2021.
And that's the date you interviewed my client.
Yes.
And just to refresh everybody's memory, the person on the screen is my client, right?
Yes.
And the marker on it is about 11:53 p.m., the night of the incident.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you see how it's brought in a couple minutes, about minute 5?
About 5 minutes. Yes.
Yeah. Is that because there's a bunch of dead time where you're basically not even in the room and she's just there?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We've already spoken before. Audrey, I know I'm terrible with names, so I'm gonna give you my card, so. Audrey, what this says is, before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. We don't have to talk because we don't want to. Anything you say can be used in the court of law against you. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice if you want to. Talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and they have to refer present when you during questions. If you are unable to pay for a lawyer, it will be 20 40 questioning if you so desire. And if you wish to answer your questions now without the lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to one. Do you understand those? Yes. What this is here, had you all right? I've read the statements of my rights, show them. I understand what my rights are. I'd like to answer questions and make a statement. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand what I've been doing. No promises or threats have been made to me. No pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. Audrey, if you do understand this, if you have any questions, if I could just get your signature there. It is 11:53 Yeah. So what I would like to do is, I kind of like to go back in time a little bit, because it's been, I think, a couple months since you and I spoke. I believe that Celine was forensic, and maybe shortly after that. What's been going on with you and Matthew since then?
Our relationship, I told him like weeks ago that I don't think we need to be together. Like, he has his issues and I have my issues I have to work on. So, we need to, I said we need to kind of do our own thing at this point. And, that's when I started, been looking for a house and stuff like that. And I'm waiting on my house to close now. But,
Okay, I'll purchase?
yeah.
Okay.
And so, but he was still trying to, he just had a lot of aggression and stuff, and I was like, see, that's what I mean, even before, when we called the cops before, it was the same thing, and I was telling him, you have these issues, and I have my issues, and together it's, it's no good, so, we need to work on our stuff separately. And so that's what I've been trying to do, kind of trying to stay out his way and stay at the house until my house closes, and just, make sure it's not like a hostile environment, I guess,
Great.
But I guess because this past weekend, it was pretty bad. We traveled out of state, went to Texas. I went to go
All three of you?
It was just me and Matt.
Okay.
And
Okay.
the baby, she stayed with my mom. My
Okay.
mom kept her. So we traveled to Texas, and I was trying to pick up my boys, but my ex-husband didn't want to give them back. So he was like, he wouldn't let me talk to him or see him. And Matt was like getting aggressive with that too. And
When you say aggressive, what?
yeah, he was like cursing at him, and when I knocked on my ex-husband's door, he didn't answer. So Matt went to cut his power off in the apartment, and then we were standing downstairs, and my ex-husband came out and came downstairs, and we were both standing there. So my ex-husband just kind of stopped, and he took a gun out, and
Your ex-husband?
yes.
Okay.
So he and I think that's kind of, I don't know, maybe that triggers something, I don't know. But it's kind of been building up over time, and that was the last stressful thing this past weekend.
When you say building up for Matt or both
Yeah.
of you, or?
With him.
Okay.
So I was upset as well, and I'm just like, and I told my ex-husband, I was like, so you're gonna shoot me now,
Mm-hmm.
And he was just like, if I have to, and then after that, he just kind of went in his apartment. But anyway, long story short, we called the cops when we were down there, and Matt was like,
Where's that at?
oh, that was in Texas.
Where in Texas?
Houston.
Houston?
Yeah.
It was Houston Police, but?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So they got involved, and he was like arguing with the cop.
Matt was?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And I don't mean to interrupt, I just have a couple questions. I'm trying to
yeah,
clarify
that's
something.
fine.
Do you know what address that is that your ex-husband was?
Yeah, it's in my phone, but
Okay.
What's your ex-husband's name?
Audrey Branch.
E-R-I-C? or
Yes.
J?
E-R-I-C, Branch.
What's his middle name?
Rochan. R-O-C-H-A-N.
And his date of birth?
11/14/87.
Okay.
So anyway, the cops were called, and I was trying to talk to the cops because I have a divorce decree, and it shows everything, but there was a bunch of complications there, and they were like, well, even with a divorce decree, you need to have habeas corpus. That's what I called it today or something. So I said the kids live in Ohio though. They go to school here virtually, and they're just visiting with their dad because he missed his summer last summer. So me and him agreed that they will go from December to mid-March. And as you can see, they're still not here. So I went down there to get them, and Matt went with me. And so the cops got involved and stuff, but they were like, we can't take the kids from their dad to give them to you. We can't do that. So I was like, even though I'm the custodial parent, they were like, yeah, they can't do it. So they were like, gotta get an attorney. So I was like, all right. So it was messy. So, anyway, at the end, we all sat down and talked, because I was like, I'm just gonna go see if I can talk to the kids at least, because I haven't seen them since December. So, I went to the grandparents' house, and my ex-husband was there, and Matt was in the car, we all were there. And, I went inside and was just like, I just wanna see the kids, can I talk to them? And they were like, go ahead. My ex-husband was like, go in, you know? And so I talked to him, and I talked to my ex-husband's dad, and he was talking to both of us, and he was just like, y'all need to stop this, you know, come up with an agreement. And then my ex-husband's concern was that Matt was getting physical with the boys. So, and I told Maggie that before, when she came down first time.
Was there credence to that, or was that just a concern?
It was a concern, because the boys mentioned some stuff to him, and some stuff I didn't even hear about, you know. I knew some things, and that's why I told Matt that he cannot physically discipline the kids anymore. Like,
Just to squash those concerns?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said, you can't discipline them anymore.
When Matt said that?
He was just like, well, whatever, you know, do whatever you want. So, yeah, but I understood that, you know, and I talked to the boys separately, individually, whatever. They said that they wanted to spend more time with their dad, you know. So they were like, well, we miss you, we want to come home, but we want to spend time with dad. And then I was like, okay, that's fine, you know. I'll talk to your dad about it. So anyway, so we all just got together. He finally met Matt. They shook hands and everything.
And this was after the gun was?
Yeah, after all that chaos the whole day, we all came together and just kind of settled disputes and stuff. And then we came back, you know. So we just got back, like last night. So,
You drove all night or all day? Did you drive straight through?
No, we flew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I was happy that he came with me, because I can't do the airports by myself anymore. So, I guess it's like the anxiety and stuff. Like with a lot of people, it never been a problem before, but it is now. So that's something new. But anyway, so today though, what started today was like he was upset earlier, and with the baby, right? The baby, we suspect that she was constipated or something. So he was trying to force her to take a stool softener, like a hard stool softener, and giving her water to swallow. And I heard him yelling. I was in the back, and I heard him yelling. And like all day, I've been trying to get lawyers and stuff like that to handle my stuff with my ex-husband. You know, so basically, I heard him yell, and I came in front, and I said, "What are you doing?" And he was like, "I'm trying to give her this laxative." And I said, "No, don't give her that." I said, "She needs like a dissolvable one." So she started whining. He was like, "Well, F it," and took the water bottle and threw it into the back door, the glass door. And then I said, "Why are you doing that?" Like, because she got upset by that. She was crying. I said, "If you're not gonna do it right, then I'll do it myself." So he was like, "Well, Ed, do it then," you know. And then I was like, I took baby in the back room, in her room, and I sat down on her floor, like I always sit on her mat in her room. And I sat there and I just held her, and she ended up falling asleep. And I was trying to fill out an application online or something for an attorney. And then he came back there and was like saying stuff to me about, "Well, who are you talking to on the phone?" and, you know, texting, whatever. And I'm like barely listening to him because I'm trying to do this and I don't want to argue. So I don't know what time that was actually. It was this afternoon sometime.
Okay.
But then he said, "I'm about to leave," or whatever, and I'm like, okay. And I think he went in the room and did something, and then he came out. And then he came back, and then he took baby, and then he put her in the bed, you know. So then I ended up getting up, and I went into my room.
He put her in
Her bed.
bed?
Yeah. He put her in her own bed. And so I got up, and I went into our room, and I sat at the end of the bed. Like, he was in the front at that point. So I sat at the end of the bed, and I was still doing the application. And then he came back there and was like, "Yeah, you want to go and take hikes with other people, but you don't want to go with me or something." And I said, but every time I ask you to go somewhere, you don't want to go. You just want to drive around and eat, and I don't want to do that. I was like, I want to do other things. And then he just started getting more and more aggressive, you know. And I'm just like, he was just like, "Well, F it, you know, whatever." And then he started insulting me. And I said, I'm just like, whatever, I'm still doing this. And then I said, and I looked at him and I said, I'm not scared of you, you know. And then after that, that's when he charged me. He charged me, he grabbed me by my neck, and then he slammed me on the floor, like on the side of the bed. And
Which side of the bed?
like when you go in, it's on the right, by the window.
Okay.
Yeah. So he slammed me down on the floor, and then like just started punching me, like punching my head and my face. And I kept trying to block him, and I was like yelling and stuff. The baby didn't even wake up, you know. But I was yelling, and then he was like, yeah, that's why I see why your dad used to hit your mom or something like that, because you don't know how to shut up, you know. And he was just like saying other things, and then he like walked out. So I got up, like in a friend, like I'm crying and stuff like that. And, I grabbed my rifle under the bed, and then I grabbed my ammo and loaded it, and I was trying to get out. At that point, it's like I was trying to get out of there. That's what I was thinking, get out of here. So I'm trying to get out, and then the baby's already asleep in her room. So I'm like, let me just, you know, I don't know. I just came out the room, and then like walking, and then he came down the hall. Like he came around the corner
From?
the living room or something.
Okay.
Like, he just came around, and then I pointed the rifle at him, and then he came back. Like he came at me, and then that's when I shot him.
When he came at you, how was that? What kind of mannerism was he coming
He
at
was
you?
just like still angry, like aggressive, you know. And so like I knew he was trying to grab me again. That's how he did the first time. The other time in Maryland, you know, before. So that's how that happened. And then after that, he was just like, he said, "Ow," in pain, and then he ran downstairs, and then he went out or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. It's like I'm thinking like he's about to go get something and come back and get me, you know. And I'm just like, so I went down there and tried to check, and that's when I saw like blood on the screen door. And I went outside initially, but I didn't see him. Like, but he was kind of like behind the bush or whatever. So I'm like, then I went back inside. And I'm like, did he go downstairs maybe? I don't know.
Did you have your rifle with you at that time?
Yeah. And so then when I went back outside, like I saw his body there, and he was laying there or whatever. And then I came in, and then I remember calling my mom first, and I was like, I shot Matt, like, and she already knew like what was going on earlier in the day or whatever, like with the baby and stuff. And I told her, and I said, I gotta call 911. So I hung up, and then that's when I called 911.
So I kind of want to go over that a little bit. Did he leave at any point in time this afternoon?
The house,
Yes.
he left this morning, or earlier this morning, like, cause I got up late, cause we went to bed late.
What time is late?
It was 11, I think.
Okay.
So, I know that he had left, and when I got up, he was not at the house.
Okay.
So,
Do you know how long he was gone?
maybe like an hour, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah, he did.
Did he leave prior to this last argument? I mean,
When we got back last night, everything was normal. He was tired.
so you were in Selena's room. He comes in, puts her to bed.
Yeah, he was in the bed.
And you go into your bedroom.
Yeah.
And you sit on the bed on the window side.
Yeah. Like, kind of like on the end. Like, as soon as you come in, I was like on the end of the bed.
And what does he do at that point?
Then, I don't know where he was like in the front somewhere. And, cause he didn't follow me right in the room.
Okay.
He didn't come in there for like a few minutes, I think. And then that's when he walked in or whatever. Cause he was in the front and he walked in there.
And what did he do when he came in?
He was just, trying to start picking a fight with me about our relationship and who I'm talking to and stuff like that.
What was he saying?
was like, just basically talking about how, I don't wanna do stuff with him. And, I was like, he always says that, like, I don't wanna do anything with him. And I said, that's not even true, we do stuff all the time, you know? But he just kept getting more, like I said.
Who do you think you were talking to?
He was thinking I was talking to like another guy. And I do have guy friends, you know, that's kind of like where we were bumping heads at, you know? Because I said, well, you know that I have to talk, you know, like for me, I talk to a lot of people and he holds things in, you know? And so I have a lot of, I have some female friends, but I have a lot of guy friends or whatever. And he was just like, he don't like that, you know? But I told him before, I said, well, I'm not gonna get rid of my friends, so you knew I had guy friends before we got together, so, yeah.
So, always an issue with them?
It just progressively gotten worse since I told him that we need to part ways or whatever, do our own thing or whatever.
How long has that been?
That's been going on for like months now. Yeah, things started like over the holidays, like really Christmas break and stuff.
Have you guys been going to counselors or anything?
Yeah.
Individually?
Individually.
Okay.
I have,
Who you been,
my therapist is at the VA,
in Brooksville or
in Canton.
Canton? Okay.
Yeah. So she, I've been talking to her about all this stuff too.
Who is that, if I can ask?
What's her name? Yeah, Dr. Baker, I think. Baker.
How long have you been seeing her?
Not for very long, just for like a few months.
Okay.
Since we've been in Ohio, really.
How about Matt? Who's he been?
I don't know. I know he, probably, no, yeah, the VA in, it's not in Canton though, it's Liverpool.
Okay.
It's Liverpool.
Okay.
So he's been going there and, he's been taking, Zoloft recently, and he's been, taking CBD, THC oils. So, I take those oils too. And, I told my therapist though about it, and she didn't have an issue with it. So,
Do you take prescription medicine or anything?
not anymore. No.
Okay. How long ago was that?
It's been a long time.
Okay, so it's not like you quit on your own recently?
Yeah,
or anything
no,
like that?
no.
You haven't taken any drugs today or anything?
No.
No recreational drugs or anything like that?
So, yeah.
So when he came in their room, it's verbal at this point?
Yeah, pretty much. And I was like, not engaging with him much. I was just like, whatever, I don't care, you know. And he started insulting me. And I was like, okay, so now you're gonna start insulting me, you know. That was my tone. It was like, you know. And then he kept going on about it, you know. And then I just said, I'm not scared of you, you know. I said that last time. It's like this time, I don't know. And then that's when he came after me when I said that. Because last time, when we had that dispute, when we called the cops the time before, I said that as well. And then he got in my face and was like, you know, I'm not, he was like, when I said I'm not scared of you, he said you should be, you know. But this time he attacked me.
What did he do in that attack?
He grabbed my neck. That's how he got me on the floor. And then he just started punching me in my head and my face.
When he grabbed your neck, how did he do it? With both hands, one hand, or something different?
I think it was like two hands. So, yeah, and then, I mean, that's happened before as well. Like putting me down, like by my neck on the floor, so.
Okay. So it was just to manipulate you by your neck?
Yes, basically.
Where do you store your ammunition? You told me you had your gun like under the bed.
Yes.
You store your ammo.
I store my ammo at the top of my closet and the rifle under my bed.
The magazines loaded or?
Yeah, magazine loaded. And that's what I talked to my therapist about. And she said, just keep the ammo separated from the weapon. And then I was like, that's what I did. So I always keep it like that.
How did that conversation come up with the therapist?
With the rifle?
Yeah. Separate.
Because she asked me if I had weapons and stuff. because in the past I had suicidal ideation or whatever. And she's like, do you have weapons? And I said, yeah, I have a rifle. And then she's like, where? You know, that's how we got into detail. So.
So it's for self-harm, not homicidal tendencies, but suicidal tendencies.
The rifle?
Yes. And that was the conversation.
Oh, yeah, the conversation, yes.
So after he got you on the floor, he was hitting you in the head, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
I was just trying to block him.
Okay.
And I was yelling.
What were you using to block?
My hands, like my arms and stuff, I just was going like that. And I think he was trying to push my hands down so he could get to my face. And then that's how he got to my face. I mean, he was standing over me, so I couldn't like really do much.
How many times do you think he hit you?
I don't know. I don't know. Just kept going on and on. So I thought he would stop, but I guess like when I was yelling, but he just kept going. So
What did you yell at him? Do you remember?
I think I was saying stop and just yelling in general.
How long do you think it lasted?
Maybe like a couple minutes or something. I don't know.
And then what happened?
And then after that, he stopped and he walked out, like left the room, and he was still like saying stuff.
What was he saying?
I don't know, like kind of like, I mean, I remember him saying, that's why your dad, I see why your dad used to hit your mom or something.
Was it like yelling?
Like, he just mad, like, I've seen him like that. The kids have seen him like that, like in a rage.
Yeah.
That's how he was.
How'd that make you feel?
Like, afraid because he's done that before and he has attacked me, so I already knew what was coming.
What was
I was
that?
stuck.
What was that?
Well,
You already knew what was coming.
yeah, because of what happened before.
What happened before?
In Maryland, that when he attacked me in Maryland in 2017, and I called the cops at that time, and it was because of an argument. Because I was on Facebook, or actually I was talking to him about being on Facebook. I said, you're talking on Facebook to other women or whatever, and we were going back and forth about that. And then he's like, get out of here, pushed me out of bed. And when I was trying to stand up, he came and grabbed me and like pushed me into the wall and stuff, into the dresser. And I was trying to hurry up and get out, but he kept grabbing me and he pushed me and I fell. And I had bruised my leg, and then he came and grabbed me by my hair and picked me up, and I was trying to get away. And when he let me go, I ran and I grabbed my taser, and I was like, I'm gonna call the cops, so that's what I did. So I went to get my phone, try to get my phone out the room that we were in, and I said, I'm getting my phone, so don't move, I'm gonna tase you. And he was drunk though, so he was just laying there. So that's when I called the cops, and they arrested him. And he just spent the night in jail, and I didn't go to sleep at all because I didn't know when he was coming back or what was gonna happen. But he came back the next morning, like nothing happened.
Did they charge him? Did they proceed in court?
No, because I left. That's the year I left him. I went to Texas after that.
So you never had a subpoena or anything to know if anything?
I talked to somebody there, and they were like, you need to show up in court, and I was like, I'm leaving to go to Texas though because of this whole thing,
Okay.
And they just didn't say nothing after that. That was it.
Okay.
So I just kind of like left everything there, and then went to Texas for a year while he was working on his alcohol issue.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ended up getting back together after a year because he stopped with the alcohol use. Yeah.
Is that when Selena was born then?
I was pregnant with her at the time when I left. When I went to Texas, I was there.
Is
She's 3.
3?
Yeah.
How many times was gunfire today?
once.
When he left, you said you grabbed a gun?
When he ran out, yeah, when I was on the floor, and I was trying to get up, and I was already down there, and I just grabbed my rifle and I got up.
And then you went to the closet?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to speak for you, I'm just trying to break it down
Yeah.
in steps.
Basically.
And then, did you charge the weapon?
I just got ready, like, yeah, it was already, no, it was, not charged, because I didn't want to mess the spring up, but, I just loaded it, like, locked and loaded. Yeah, I put the magazine in, and then,
Pull the slide back?
yeah,
And then, and that's in the bedroom?
yeah,
And then, you go out in the hallway?
yeah.
And what happens in the hallway?
So I tried to, get out and,
When you say get out, what was your intention?
to leave, to, like, just get out of there, you know?
Okay.
And, so when I came out in the hallway,
Mhm.
he comes around the hallway, and then that's when
When he comes around the hallway, do you know which side he came from, like the steps?
yeah,
or
he came from
kitchen?
the steps.
Okay.
So he came around,
And
and,
where were you standing at in the hallway at this point?
I was kind of, past our room, and,
Okay.
I think I was past baby's room,
Okay.
Philly's room. So I was like kind of in the middle maybe.
Okay.
And he comes out right there, and then I just aimed the rifle at him, and then he came. I know he said something. I don't know what he said, but he came at me, you know, and then that's all.
How close do you think he was at that point in time?
Gosh, he was just like he was a few feet, I guess. Like I was, you don't know the layout of the house,
Closer
but you do, right?
than me and you?
No, that he wasn't that close. So like right by the stairs, like right at the end.
Right. Okay.
And then I was like kind of like in the middle of the wall.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah.
So he was more or less like at the landing. Would you feel better if you could draw the diagram with that?
Yeah.
Just to make sure I have an idea what you're saying.
Yeah. Hallway. And it's like our room here.
Okay.
And baby's room is like right here or something.
Okay.
And then I like came out, was walking, and then he comes flying out like right here.
Okay.
And
So he's like just at the start of the
yes.
hallway.
Then I aimed my gun at him,
Okay.
and then he came charging, and then that's when
Was there any exchanges between you two verbally?
at that point, no.
When you say you were trying to get out, just to get out of the house?
Yeah, all I was thinking was get out now,
Because why?
or I'm gonna get hurt.
What about
Or baby, yeah, baby gonna get hurt. So
How do you think baby would get hurt?
like I don't know, like I think with me it was like there wasn't much thought there. It was just like leave now, you know. So because when I was in the room and yelling, I was thinking about the baby, you know. And then it just kind of escalated. And when after all that stuff happened, I was like, my mind was like, I gotta get out of here right now. You know? And then when I was trying to leave, then he was right there. And it's like, now I can't go nowhere. And it's like, you know, you understand?
Yeah, and I'm just trying to clarify with Selena though, you didn't go into her room
No.
to get her.
No, I didn't get her.
Okay.
So
Did you think she was in harm or?
no. It was kind of like I was worried about her, but I didn't know what he was gonna do, you know. So if I had her and then I had this rifle, like I don't know, you know. And then I wasn't thinking about all that stuff at the time. Like right now, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe I should have grabbed the baby and came out. I don't know. At that time, I wasn't thinking about none of that.
BCA say anything?
No.
How many firearms do you guys have in the house?
I know he has like a rifle and he has a handgun in the truck.
Where does he keep his rifle?
In the garage. I think it's in the case in the garage, I think.
You know what caliber it is?
No.
How many guns do you have in the house?
I only have one.
And you said you just recently got it?
Yeah, I got it like a few months ago.
Christmas time or after Christmas time?
After. After Christmas.
Where did you buy it at?
We went to, gosh, I don't remember the name of the store.
Canton?
I don't remember. But, because we were looking in Academy, but that was like, in the South.
Yeah.
We didn't get it though. So we came back up here. I know we went, I think it was in Canton. Maybe in Canton we bought that. But I don't remember the name of the store though. It was like some sporting store.
I was curious.
Yeah.
Was it around the mall area?
I don't know. I don't think so.
What was your first thought when you came around the corner?
That he was gonna get me.
When you say get you?
Yeah, like hurt me. I mean, that's what he was doing. Like he was coming for me. So.
Has he ever threatened you with a gun or anything?
No. He, when we were in Pittsburgh, he got mad at the dog, and he came out with a gun like he was gonna shoot her. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm gonna, shoot that bee or whatever. And I think the kids saw that. So they're like, who saw Matt with a gun? It's like, don't worry about it, but he never pulled a gun on me.
There was a gun, there was a BB gun in the kitchen, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
another handgun in the kitchen. Who's obviously the BB gun, but
The BB gun's mine. There was a handgun?
yeah, like a folding stock on it, but like maybe 9mm or 40 caliber.
That was his.
Folding.
I didn't know he had it in there.
So he has a rifle in the garage. You said he keeps a handgun in his.
The handgun is in the truck.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it. But we don't have no weapons in the kitchen or on the counter or anything.
When you got the gun from underneath the bed, you said your intention was to get out of the house?
Yeah.
With or without something?
Like I would have wanted her to go, come to. But it's just like, cause he was just in a rage. Like I don't know what he was gonna do. And thinking about how he is and stuff, he's not gonna go in here and attack the baby in the bed. So he was just after me.
Where was your phone at?
When all that stuff was happening, I think I dropped it when he charged, because I was on the phone when we were arguing, and then when he charged me, I dropped it somewhere.
When you say you were on the phone, were you online, or were you on a phone call, or?
Oh, I was online.
Okay.
I was doing the application.
Okay. You weren't talking to him?
No.
Okay.
And that's why I was in the room, because he was already upset, the tension was thick, and I went to the room to sit on the bed. Like, I'm usually not in there, but I just didn't want to be around him.
You have a computer or when do
No, not Verizon. We had, I don't remember the name of the service, but, I know we had like satellite, and he switched it so many times because they weren't any good.
Right.
So, I don't remember.
Is that through the phone or is that through TV or like dish or something?
I think we get service from them for the TV as well.
So what application was you doing?
It was for an attorney. It was I was trying to that's what I've been doing all day, trying to get an attorney.
Houston?
Yeah, and they just kind of give me the runaround, trying to find out what jurisdiction this fall under and stuff, like what county. And I'm in Ohio, and the kids live in Ohio, but they're that. It was just a lot of other details.
How many attorneys do you think you reached out to?
I was able to actually talk to one today, and she was just like, "Well, I can't help you." Because I like to stay, she said she likes to stay in Harris County or something. But my divorce was done in Bill County in Texas. So I tried to contact the lawyer I had before that did my divorce. And he might be able to help, maybe. I don't know. So that's when that's the application I was filling out for that law firm.
Does your phone have a lock on it?
Yeah.
Password protected? Do you know if Mac's phone is password protected?
Yes.
Do you know the password or does he? Would you be willing to share your password with us? Is it a swipe?
Mine is like a fingerprint.
Is it? Yeah. Does it have like a alphanumeric to bypass that? Or?
Yeah, it does. There's a password. It is SASSY. Yeah.
So you said that you put the gun back under the bed. Did you unload it?
Mm-hmm.
And then what did you do with it?
When I was talking to the dispatcher, I think that's when I did that. I was telling her everything. We was talking, and I unloaded it, the magazine. I put it on my little dresser thing, I think, and I cleared the weapon, and then I put it back where it was.
So when you cleared the weapon, did it spit one out?
Yeah.
How many round mags do you have? Are they 30s or are
I
they?
think those are 20s. I think 20 or 30. I don't know.
Were they loaded at max?
Yes.
How many times do you think you pulled the trigger?
Once.
Once.
Did you have any misfires or have you ever had a misfire with it?
Mm-hmm.
Have you shot in it
Mm-hmm.
before?
How many rounds do you think you put through it? I mean, have you went out to the range with it or?
Total? A lot. Maybe like 40, I think. Still kind of new.
Same ammunition you did you change up any ammunition or anything on it?
I think I may have emptied the magazine. I don't remember.
Right, but I mean like, if there's, I think it's
Some
Remington.
brand or whatever.
Yeah, like Remingtons are in it now, is that what you shot?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Same round.
All right. Would you mind, could we just have a minute, would that be okay with you?
No, I think it's pretty simple. Like the whole situation in the case is like not complex to me at all.
How do you perceive it?
I mean, it's sad. It's like, I didn't want it to happen,
That was not your intention.
but nope.
What was your goal?
I mean, to live in a peaceful environment. Like, that's why I was, went to the back room, and that's why I tried to keep a distance, yeah. And I didn't expect it to happen like that.
Right. What was your goal when you got the gun? You murdered the gun? What was your vehicle for the next 5 minutes, let's say?
To protect myself, I guess. I don't know.
Were you expecting an attack from him? Another attack?
I don't know. It's like, I guess hoping that he just was gone, you know? But obviously not.
When you say gone, what do you mean?
Like, left the house. I mean, what was I supposed to do in that situation? It's like, if I could have done anything better, what could I have done? That's where my mind's at.
I believe you told the dispatcher, my understanding that you and Matt both have PTSD.
Yeah, he was diagnosed with PTSD, and I was in the past, and they changed it to adjustment disorder recently.
For you or him?
Me.
Okay.
For me.
Okay.
And that was with the VA, some stuff with the VA.
Okay. When you were in the military, were you in combat or was that?
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. I mean, the diagnosis, that did. That's why I'm not in the Army anymore, because I had an incident when I was at Fort Hood, and that's when I started developing symptoms, I guess. Then.
And I'm not trying to upset you by any means, and I want you to understand that I'm just trying to, kind of find out what's going on in your life, Matt's life. We weren't there, and our job to investigate is to try and piece together
Yeah, I
what
know.
we saw at the scene, and what you're telling us. It makes it simple and stuff like that. So, and what you're thinking too is really important to help us try to understand what happened, maybe how it happened, so what's going on, why it happened. So I'm not trying to upset you by any means. I know this is not an easy thing.
Like, I don't know, like, I don't sleep well at night. So,
How long has that been like that?
for years. Used to take, I have trazodone medication, but I don't take it anymore for sleep.
Strong stuff.
Yeah, because it makes me feel groggy like the next morning. But I used to take Ambien and the hallucinations and stuff. Like I didn't like the side effects. That's why I don't like taking medication. And my therapist said that I would have to be in therapy all the time. And
Okay.
so I do that routinely
Okay.
because I'm serious about that, you know.
Right. so you're up to par with where your therapist wants you to be, like, for your visits?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're working on stuff.
Okay.
So she said to try to handle things, it's like small amounts, you know?
Sure.
Not nothing too big or whatever. And today I just couldn't, like, I couldn't control that. I didn't expect that to happen. So when I say control, I mean the situation. Like,
Sure. Well,
I was stuck. I was stuck in a room. So
you just came back from Texas after having pretty turbulent incidents there. I mean, a gun was exposed even. But you ultimately, sounds like, came to a somewhat of a resolve, if you
Yeah.
will. And then traveling is obviously very stressful as well. And you're still trying to remotely handle that situation with you tonight. Are those stressors big items? I mean, they seem big to me. I'm not.
yeah, because the kids are involved and stuff. So I mean, that's why I left them there, because when I talk to them individually, they're like, well, you know, they want to spend more time with their dad and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to spend more time with them, so I was just like, you know, I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can spend more time with their other family members and stuff. So, I mean, I know my ex-husband is like, I can't really trust him, but we did leave on cordial grounds. I know that he has a lawyer, you know, and he's probably trying to get sole custody or something like that. So I know that that's the possibility is there, yes, you know. But try not to worry about that. That's why I say I'm just gonna make sure I get my lawyer to do what I can on my end, you know. But they still stay down there.
Right.
So.
What typically is your response when you kind of have like an emotional overload?
Sometimes I leave. I mean, almost always. I try to avoid things as much as possible.
Sure.
But sometimes I can't avoid it. So if I'm out there and I get triggered or something like that, and it's just overload, I leave immediately.
Okay.
And that's usually the end of that, you know. But there's been times that I wasn't able to get out, so that's caused me to react in a unhealthy way, I guess.
I think that's what happened today.
I don't know, because that's what I was saying earlier. Like, what else could I have done?
Right.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I got attacked, so.
And I didn't go to the hospital, obviously, but I noticed that you have some marks on your head. Is that from
Yeah.
the attack?
Yeah. That's from when he was punching me in my face, in my head.
And you said you had the mask on because of your injuries or your?
Yeah, because of my face looks a little disfigured or swollen.
Okay. And obviously the nurses got to see that. I assume they photographed that.
They did.
Now that you look back at this, I mean, do you feel that you should have handled it different or?
I don't know what else I could have done. Like, I was sitting in a room. I tried to do something, you know, at that time, I tried to isolate or separate myself from him because he was upset,
Right.
you know, and so that's why, you know, I went back there, but he just came back there. It's like, where else can I go? said that earlier. It was the same, when he attacked me the first time in Maryland, or that was the second time actually. The second time he attacked me in Maryland, he was like trying to get me out of the room. Like he was pushing me out and I was trying to get out, but I wasn't going fast enough. So he pushed me to the wall and then he finally got me out and I fell. All I could think about was getting up and getting out, getting away, you know? And that same thought was today.
When you said get out though, was Selena in that equation?
At that particular time, I don't think so, because I didn't grab her, so it was just when I just thought about it when he was hitting me. You know, I was like, she doesn't wake up and see this, and then it just kind of got out of hand. I don't know.
Selena was with your mom, right? You made contact with her though?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
All right. So, obviously, you know what happened to Matt, that he passed away. Selena's safe, she's with your mom. Okay. Is there anything else that we haven't asked you about that you think is important for us to know about?
No, I don't think so.
When you said he was coming at you in the hallway, did you feel that your life was in danger?
Yes. I was afraid. I was afraid of the moment he grabbed me and put me on the floor. I was afraid after the fire, I was afraid then, you know.
What did you do with that? You said you pulled that one round out. What did you do with it? Did you load it back in the magazine, or did you lay it in the closet, or do you remember?
I think I put it back in the magazine. I think, or it's on the floor. I don't know, but I think I put it back.
There was a spent casing in the bathroom, and then there was a unspent cartridge in the hallway by the bathroom door as well. And it looked as though it was hit with a firing pin, but did not, like as though it was a dud projectile. Do you recall anything that would resemble that?
Like 2 fires?
You know, misfire, I don't know.
No.
That lit the fire off of us. It's like it hit the primer, but it never went off. You remember anything like that?
No, I don't remember a misfire.
And,
So I remember firing and then that was it.
all right.
But I don't
And after he got hit, then what happened?
Then he was just like, he yelled and then he left. Like he went downstairs.
Do you remember what he yelled?
He just yelled like pain.
Okay. And then you kind of followed him?
I don't know if I like followed immediately or back. I don't know. Because by the time I saw him, he was like laid out. I don't.
Okay. But you remember, I think you said earlier, you went outside with the gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did. I went out, standing there looking, and then I came in and I went out the second time because the first time I don't remember seeing him. And so I came in and then.
Did you still have the gun when you went out the second time?
I don't know. Cause I think when when I found him laying there, I don't remember if I had already called the dispatcher or when I saw him, that's when I called. I don't.
Do you guys have any cameras or anything in the house or outside the house or?
We have, a camera outside.
Where's it at?
I think it's in the back though.
Is that one of the rings or something like that? Is it like,
I don't know. He set it up. He bought it, so.
is there a recorder or something where it records anywhere?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
Is it in the light or is it an actual camera that's hanging somewhere where you can see it?
It's like in the back. We have like a motion sensor light.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Is that part of that motion sensor?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, I have to give very bad news on charging you. There's going to be a long process ahead of you. It's still an ongoing investigation. This doesn't mean it's over on our part by any means. Okay. There's a lot to look into. And basically, admittedly so. You pull the trigger, Matt's dead, and that's where we're at with this. Okay, it doesn't mean the investigation is over by any means. We're going to continue to work this. There's a lot to look into still. Okay. The crime scene people are out there. They have to process their stuff as well.
Is there anything else you can think of that might help you?
An investigation is two parts. You either implicate somebody or clear somebody.
So,
we work there.
Okay, so what am I being charged with?
Murder.
Okay. So that's, we do that though, right?
What's that?
I said we all do that though, right?
Do what? Murder?
Yeah.
I mean,
It happened.
yeah.
Doesn't mean you're guilty.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I mean, that's not up for us to decide. I mean, our job is to, as a wrong cause, that you caused the death of another person. And that's what murder is. Like I said, there's a process ahead that's, to be handled in the courts. We still continue to work the case, we want to.
So do I go get arrested now?
Yeah. You'll go to arraignment tomorrow.
Yeah, it should.
You'll probably go to arraignment tomorrow to be arraigned on the charge. You'll be appointed an attorney to start this process.
What was I supposed to, I mean, I don't understand this.
Right.
What was I supposed to do?
Well, unfortunately, it's not for me to give you, be the armchair quarterback with it. It's a tragic incident, as you said. Nobody wants to be here right now.
How do we keep working on things? If there's something else you would think of, or something else that we haven't asked you, or something that comes to mind?
I just feel, I feel like, does this have anything to do with this, misfire? That you mentioned?
No.
Because other than that, I mean, I told you pretty much.
Oh, I have no reason to doubt anything you told me. No reason at all. Question anything you said. You've always been very straightforward and very cordial. I have no reason to doubt anything you told me.
I mean, if I have to, if I gotta go, I gotta go. But, you know, I don't feel any type of way about it because, I was protecting myself, so.
And that's what the court process is for. The system's not designed to just give two people power to say, you know,
Gotcha.
Our investigation would be a probable cause that this charge happened, this crime happened. Okay. We're presenting it to the court.
So, do you have any input? Don't have any input?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna continue, like you said, if there's anything else you can think of that, you know, if you.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of anything at all that will help us gather information to, you know, you told me about what happened in Maryland, so
Yeah.
we'll get those.
We're gonna look at that.
Okay.
I'll run a criminal history check and it should show up on that, more than likely, even just because of the book in the jail for the night, so. Anywhere else that you guys have lived where the police has been called, or he's been arrested,
No,
or anything like that?
that was just there.
And the incident happened, where the police were called in Texas over the weekend. Who called? Was it your?
I called and my ex-husband called as well.
Okay.
So both of us.
So did they just handle it as a custody dispute, do you know?
Yeah, I believe so.
What about the gun being pulled?
Nothing that I know of. 'Cause it,
Was that even mentioned to the police?
yes, it was, nothing happened with that. Texas is different.
Yep. Well, obviously, you guys were probably at their house and on their property, so they probably.
It was some apartments and he came down
Right.
with the gun, so.
In the last, you say that you knew Matt had, his gun was in his vehicle was the last you knew that pistol.
Yeah.
When was the last time that you knew it was in there? I mean,
A few days ago.
did you guys drive to the airport?
Mm-hmm.
What vehicle did you take to the airport?
His truck.
Would he have removed that gun prior to going to the airport?
Oh,
Or in the house?
he might have. I'm not sure.
Just not wanting to leave a gun in the vehicle at the airport.
Right. He probably took it out then. I don't know.
Do you guys fly much or travel
No.
much? Or?
He does. He's supposed to be going out of town this weekend.
Where's he supposed to go?
Washington. He has a friend out there.
Would it be normal, like, if he, say he was going out of town on business and going, flying to drive to the airport, would it be normal for him to leave the gun at the house? Or would he leave it in the truck? Because obviously you can't carry it on the airplane.
Exactly. So, we usually go places. He leaves it in the truck. But the airport, I don't think he, I don't know.
I mean, like, whenever Law does this before, they ever say, hey, you're putting that out, I'm gonna put it in here.
No.
Store it, wherever, no.
No, he never said anything weird. If he did, so.
If he did bring it in the house, where did he normally leave these guns?
Just the rifle in the garage and the pistol, like, he always had it in the truck, so I'm trying to think, like,
So
I don't remember
it's
seeing it, but-
it's out of character or not normal for him to leave the pistol in the house.
that's out of character. So that's why I was like, I didn't know, like, when you said it was on the counter, like, that's odd, because it's always in the truck.
It was up on that, like, hutch, if you will, cabinet, like facing the refrigerator, it was off to the right, it was up on the top.
Oh.
Like a boys.
handgun
It's like a handgun, but it,
attachment?
yes.
Okay, I know he has an attachment up there,
Okay.
but, no, I think you have to attach that to a weapon though.
Right.
So the attachment, I know that was in there.
Okay. Yeah, this was the actual gun with a slide on it. And there was like a barrel attachment, if you will.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't know.
And like your phone, we're gonna look through your phones again. That's just part of the process to see, cooperate or disprove. That's part of the process. So like your password helps because they're gonna speed that process up. But you don't have any idea his password. Okay.
So, I mean, does these cases always end like this?
As far as being charged?
Yes.
I mean, if somebody causes the death of another, typically, yes. The outcome of them, the last domestic dispute that I ended up being found out guilty. It's just, that's the court system, it's a check and balance, it's, unfortunate.
How long, do we know, like, how time?
Right now, you're gonna rain tomorrow, and basically what that is just to answer the charge of a voluntary. Your next court appearance would be basically like a preliminary hearing that municipal court says we don't have jurisdiction, this needs to go to the grand jury. Grand juries are typically only once a month here, but this case is the day before a grand jury. So they would probably have a special grand jury or wait until next month to hear that case. At grand jury, they could decide to not indict you. And then it's called a no bill, and then you're free. Or they could choose to indict you. It's a formal charging mechanism. Common pleas court would be the court that would hear this case because it's a felony case. But for the case to proceed to common pleas court, you have to be indicted. And grand jury is basically the deciding factor that says we're going to either charge her or release her. We're charging you right now based on probable cause. Which is they pulled the trigger, shot, Matt, killed him.
Gotcha.
So that's where we're at. Okay. So the mitigating factors are what a court is for to hear.
Does this always stay on my record, regardless?
If you are found not, if you're not indicted, there's no charge.
Hold on.
So, yeah, so if you don't get indicted, the charge itself, I believe if you're not indicted, it's not, so you would not be a convicted felon, so that's the, I'm trying to paint a roadmap,
Yeah.
First thing tomorrow, you're going to have an attorney, they're going to talk to you, you're going to get to meet with them again, you're going to meet with your attorney probably 2 to 1 compared to your court hearings, because they want to know what's going on. And talking to you, you have some mental health issues, and that's some stuff we want to look into too, as well, and we share that with your attorney as well. I mean, it's part of the discovery process. He's entitled to everything that we have. There's no secrets.
I just hope everything ends, like.
I don't know what you and the nurse discussed on that, and all the photos of the bruising that he had on his arms and all that. That's all available to us too. we'll have to get subpoenas for that stuff, but that's just because of the laws and your protection as far as medical stuff. But, that'll provide it to weigh into things in the long run.
We wish you best of luck, and it's unfortunate we're here today. Nobody wants to be here. Yeah.
May 4th, 1:15 a.m., is that right?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your entire interview with my client on that day?
Yes.
Was it altered in any way?
No.
Turn it off. Detective, I'm going to ask you some questions about my client's state of mind at the time of the incident. My client had just been beaten up, right?
According to her, yes.
Yeah. In the room that she went into, right?
Correct.
To avoid Matthew Mott, right?
Yes.
She was crying when that happened.
I do not know that. She said, correction. I believe she did say at one point she was crying.
She was unable to defend herself in the corner of that room.
I'm sorry?
She was unable to defend herself in that room.
I believe she said she attempted to block his punches.
She attempted to block his punches, and then he got through them, right?
According to her, yes.
My client told you specifically what her state of mind was when she grabbed her gun and went into the hallway, yes?
Are you saying that her intention or?
She specifically said her intention was to get out.
That's correct.
She said get out repeatedly.
Yes, that's correct.
That's where her mind was.
I guess in that respect, yes.
When he came at her, she believed he was going to harm her. She told you that.
Yes.
He was coming for her.
That's what she believed, yes.
And the manner in which he was coming for her was the same exact manner as he's come at her before.
I do not know that. According to her, she said, yes.
That's what she told you.
That's correct.
There was a domestic violence incident in another state in which she tried to get out, right?
Yes.
And at the time she tried to get out, he was pushing her and she fell down and harmed herself, right?
Yes, I believe on the way out of the house.
So she told you that all she was trying to do is what she did before, get out.
Yes.
She told you that she believed her life was in danger.
Yes.
She did not know where he went or what he was going to do.
At which point?
She told you she did not know where he went or what he was going to do, and then he saw him at the end of the hallway.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you some questions about her injuries. Her head was smashed into a wall.
Is there a basis? You can.
County at the preliminary hearing on this case on May the 12th, 2021, right? That would be what, 9 days after this incident? You said that he had smashed her head into the wall. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You said that the wall, the dent, was consistent with the size of her head. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You saw an injury on her face on the night of this incident, yes?
Yes, on her forehead I saw imperfection.
Do you recall me asking you to approach her at the preliminary hearing and look at her injuries again?
Yes.
She still had injuries on her forehead 9 days later.
Yes, there was remnants of it, yes.
On May the 3rd, the night of this incident, you had learned that she had bruising on her arm.
Yes, I overheard Major Graham state that he'd observed those.
On May the 12th, at the preliminary hearing, I asked you to get up and come and look at her arm.
That's correct.
There was still bruising on her arm.
Yes.
You described it as a couple of inches long.
That may be accurate, yes.
It was significant enough to have at least lasted 9 days.
Apparently, yes.
She had a mask on in the interview?
I'm sorry?
She had a mask on in your interview May 3rd?
Yes.
Is it because she believed she had injuries to her face?
She said her face was disfigured.
She used the word disfigured.
That's correct.
You've been trained in domestic violence protocol?
Yes.
You understand that the most dangerous time for a woman is when they're trying to leave.
Statistically, that is what is taught, yes.
She did not know what else she could have done.
That's what she said. She did not know.
She said that to you repeatedly.
Yes.
She did not know what else she was supposed to do.
I'm sorry?
She did not know what else she was supposed to do.
Correct. That's what she said.
She used the phrase stuck.
I believe so, yes.
Stuck in the bedroom when he was attacking her.
Yes.
Stuck in the hallway when he was blocking the exit.
I don't believe that she used the word stuck in the hallway.
If the video said that she believed herself to be stuck at that moment, would the video be right?
I'm sorry?
If the video said she believed herself to be stuck at that moment, would the video be right?
That would be accurate, yes.
Now, it's not your job just to accuse, but also to clear.
That's correct.
It's your job to have a fair investigation.
That's correct.
And in a fair investigation would not minimize or trivialize what had happened to her.
That's correct.
Now, in your course of your investigation, you had learned that her head had been bashed into a wall, right?
Yes.
So you went and looked at that wall.
That's correct.
It had a dent in it.
That's correct.
It was consistent with the size of her head.
That's what I initially testified to, yes.
It was 10 inches off the ground.
I believe that's what the measurements are, yes.
That is right where she said she was attacked.
I don't recall if she gave measurements, but in that area, yes.
Audrey, I'd like you to come and stand in front of the jury for a second, and so that the deputy can see you.
I'm sorry,
Audrey, I'd like Audrey to come up to the jury, so that right in front of the jury, so the deputy can see her.
I guess, before you do that, Audrey, please go back over there. I want to see you look at the...
Audrey, I'd like you to come up in front of the jury so that the deputy can see you. Please turn your back to the jury. Deputy, can you see her head?
I'm sorry?
Can you see her head?
Yes.
The shape of it?
From the profile, yes.
Turn to the front of the jury. Deputy, can you see her head?
Yes.
The shape of it?
Yes, again, the profile.
Thank you, Audrey. You can sit down. My client had told you that this incident happened in the hallway,
Which particular incident?
the part where she shot him.
Yes.
You found a spent casing right near where she said?
Yes. Adjacent to where she was standing, yes.
You found blood near right where she said Matthew Mott was.
Before, after, during, which, could you specify that, please?
After she told you that she was coming at him from up the hallway, you went and looked at the hallway.
I went and looked at the hallway, is that what you're asking?
Yes, in the door.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
My client claimed that Matthew Mott approached her from the other end of the hallway, came around, came at her.
That's correct.
You actually went out to the scene and looked at the hallway and looked at the door.
Which door?
The door at the exit.
Yes,
There was blood on it.
that's correct.
I was right around where she said he was.
Yes, he had exited out that door, yes.
If he came around that part of the door, if he came around that part of the hallway, that's where the exit is, right?
It would have been to, if Matthew was facing her, it would have been, the exit would have been to his right.
The exit would have been behind him.
From the hallway, yes.
She told you that she shot him once.
Yes.
There was only one entrance wound.
Yes, my understanding from the medical examiner's report.
She told you he was coming at her when she shot him.
Yes.
The entrance wound was in his chest.
Yes,
It was not in his back.
that's correct.
She told you that she had cleared the firearm.
Yes,
As a veteran, she'd know how to do that.
that would make sense, yes.
There was one round on the floor,
Spent or unspent? There was-
unspent.
Yeah, correct.
She called 911.
Yes, after she called her mother.
She was right to do that. She was right to call 911. That was the right thing to do.
Typically, it's before you call somebody else, but yes,
She tried to give him CPR.
I believe there was an attempt, yes.
Was that the right thing to do?
Yes,
She waited for officers to arrive.
yes,
Was that the right thing to do?
yes,
She was unarmed when they arrived.
when they arrived.
Yes.
My understanding is yes.
Was that the right thing to do too?
Yes,
She answered every single one of your questions,
she did.
and that was the right thing to do too.
Yes.
One moment. No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Briefly. Deputy Stauffer, when you were at the scene and looked at the hole in the wall in the bedroom, that was the same photo that you identified and you took measurements of, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did that measurements, did you have the occasion to measure the defendant's head?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did the hole appear to have, would the hole appear to fit the size of an entire human head in it?
No.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor.
Recross.
That dent could certainly fit part of her head, right?
I'm sorry?
That dent could come from part of her head, right?
It's possible.
And whatever the case, you've already testified that that hole was consistent with the size of her head.
I did, yes.
Okay, Deputy Stauffer, thank you. You may step down. Mr. Barnett, I know he does work with the county, so he'll be around, but do you need him to stick around today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. You are dismissed then. Thank you. Okay. I know we've got a witness up next. It is 2:25. We do need to take a reasonable break for everybody to get refreshed, use the restroom, that sort of thing. So let's get restarted at quarter till 3. We'll restart. Anything else right now from either party? No. All right then, jury, you are excused to go to the restroom and get refreshed. Clarification, Mr. Barnett, your next witness is the coroner. Okay. I want to get through the coroner today. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I want to get through that witness today, no matter how long, you know. If we're here till 7, we're here till 7, but we're going to get through the coroner at least. So, all right, everybody else is dismissed for now. Okay, you can be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on State of Ohio versus Audrey Jean Cole. It is still the state's case, so Mr. Barnett, call your next witness.
Here in the state of Ohio, we call Dr. Erica Armstrong.
You can come right up here. Go ahead and stand right in front of that podium.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Okay. Dr. Armstrong, I would prefer that you remove your mask while you testify.
That's fine.
You may begin.
Thank you. For the record, would you tell us your name and the address of your employer, please?
Dr. Erica Armstrong. My employment address is 11001 Cedar Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio, 44106.
And that does magnify your voice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, much better. And who are you employed by?
By the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what do you do at the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office?
I am a forensic pathologist, deputy medical examiner, and my main job is to perform autopsies in order to determine the cause and manner of death and to certify that death.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity in Cuyahoga County?
Starting back when I was a fellow in training for forensic pathology, that goes back to 2000, so a little over 21 years.
Okay. And have you, since 2021, or 2000, was it 2000?
Yeah, the year 2000 is when I started my fellowship.
From the year 2000 till today, where have you been employed?
At the same office.
Okay. Did you, prior to 2000, work at another office?
No, I was a pathology resident in training at University Hospitals of Cleveland. And then prior to that, I was in medical school.
Okay. And would you take us through your training and education to obtain the position that you have today?
Yes, following 4 years of undergraduate work, I was a pre-med biology major. I then went on to medical school for 4 years, and then I went on to general pathology training at University Hospitals of Cleveland, Ohio, in anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I completed 2 additional years of specialized training in forensic pathology.
Okay. And could you break that down for us? You talked about your initial training after medical school. What kind of training does that involve?
That was my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic meaning the part of pathology that studies tissues and the body structures and make diagnoses on tissues. And then also I did a combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency training, and the clinical pathology side of it is the study of bodily fluids that the pathologists will order tests on and interpret the results and render pathologic diagnoses.
How long was that residency?
That was a 5-year residency, but the first 4 years I spent in anatomic and clinical pathology training, and then the 5th year we can choose a year of other training, and that particular year I chose to do forensic pathology. So that completed my 5 years, and then I did another year of forensic pathology. And then over those 5 years, I took my board's examination in general pathology, anatomic clinical pathology, and then completed my extra year in forensic pathology, and then I took my boards in forensic pathology.
Okay. And what's the difference between the forensic pathology and the general anatomical or clinical pathology?
Anatomic and clinical pathology are just the basics of, again, the studies of tissues and structures of the body for the anatomic part, and then the study of the pathologic changes in bodily fluids for the clinical pathology part. whereas forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology in general, where we go on to train in understanding not only what the disease processes are that may cause someone's death, but also whether the injury that they sustained was enough to cause their death as well. So it's being able to understand the lethality or the ability of disease to cause death versus injury to cause death.
And during that residency period, is that a classroom component, or is it practical, or is it both?
Both.
Okay. And so what kinds of things do pathologists do, or you do yourself when you're in a residency, and how does that carry through to what you do today?
We spend our time on various services alongside our what we call attending pathologists. So those are our supervisors that are in charge of our training and practical experience. So we get instruction through lectures, and we also work on services such as, for instance, surgical pathology, where when someone goes into surgery, they have some tissue taken, then the pathology resident is taught how to prepare those tissues and look at those tissues under the microscope and to look for signs of pathology or disease processes. And there are a number of different services in pathology, such as surgical pathology, or like hematopathology, which deals with the bone marrow and the blood system, and other specific areas of pathology where the pathology resident both learns and also gains practical experience on those services.
And you indicated that at the end of your residency, you took other courses, and then you talked about testing and board certifications. What's a board certification?
Yes, that's after the resident in training has completed a number of years for that particular subspecialty in pathology. Then that person is qualified to sit and take the examination for, in my case, it was anatomic and clinical pathology combined. And then after an additional period of training, I was qualified to sit for my forensic pathology board certification examination.
Okay. And what's the purpose of the board examination in those fields?
As part of the requirement to become board certified, one must again complete the required years of training and then pass the examination in order to go on to practice as what we call an attending or a regular, in my case, forensic pathologist, or in the case of a pathologist that works in the hospital, a anatomic pathologist or a clinical pathologist.
So are you board certified?
Yes.
What's your board certification in?
I have board certification in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And how long have you had that board certification?
The anatomic and clinical pathology board certification was in 2001, and then I got my board certification in forensic pathology in 2002.
Okay. And is that board certification a prerequisite to have a license to be a doctor?
No.
Okay. Do you have to have a license to be a physician in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive that?
Yes.
When did you receive that?
That was in 1999.
Okay, and so is there a similar requirement for education, experience, and testing?
Yes, similar, being that one has completed medical school and then taken the examination, a series of examinations, in order to become licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio.
Okay. And is your license in good standing?
Yes.
Is your board certification in good standing?
Yes.
Okay. And do you do anything throughout your career to keep those in good standing?
Yes.
And what kinds of things do you do to keep them in good standing?
That would include obtaining the necessary continuing education credit to maintain my license in the state of Ohio. So every 3 years we have to renew our license and show that we've obtained the continuing education credit to do that. And also as far as forensic pathology and my anatomic and clinical pathology training, I took my examination before the point in time that we had to renew. The ones that took their examinations after that period of time, I think it was 2006, those individuals have to renew every 10 years. So they have to sit for an examination and renew every 10 years. But I took it before then. However, I still have to attend annual meetings, such as the National Association of Medical Examiners meeting or the American Academy of Forensic Science meeting, and we obtain credits, educational credits for attending those meetings.
And to date, everything is current. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, as a forensic pathologist now, do you supervise other students similar to the way you were supervised?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you done that for?
Since approximately 2007.
Okay. And do you, part of your position, do you do any publications or do research in the area?
Yes.
And what kinds of things do you research and what have you published?
I have 2 book publications, one dealing with water-related death investigation or drownings, and another book publication on death certification. And I have several smaller journal articles on various things, including injury, forensic toxicology, so various areas of forensic pathology.
Okay. And when you say you've published, in what types of publications are those? Where does one find those?
In a couple of forensic pathology journals, one that comes to mind, the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology journal, and as far as the book publication, that's for the publishing company related to the water death book, and I self-published the death certification book.
Okay. And are those publications, when you publish, are they peer-reviewed?
Yes, the book publication for the water-related death investigation, and then the other several journal article publications that I produced are peer-reviewed.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how Cuyahoga County, your office, would receive cases?
Yeah, and that depends. If the death has taken place inside of Cuyahoga County, so any city inside of Cuyahoga County, then the death is reported to our office, and the information as far as the circumstances surrounding that person's death is reported to us, and we determine whether we accept jurisdiction over that death. And if we do, we go ahead and investigate it further. That's one situation. And then the other situation is we also provide autopsy services for some of the surrounding counties, including this county. So an investigator would report the death from that particular county, and then the decedent or the deceased person would be conveyed to our office for an autopsy.
Okay. Do some counties not have forensic pathologists?
Yes.
And is there a difference between a pathologist and a county coroner?
In the state of Ohio, there can be a difference.
Do you know? Do you know what those differences are?
Generally, so there's 88 counties. 86 of them are served by a coroner. The coroners are elected. In the state of Ohio, the coroner has to be a physician. Doesn't necessarily have to be a forensic pathologist, although there's coroners in Ohio that are forensic pathologists. So that's one difference versus the office that I come from, which is a medical examiner's office. Those individuals are pretty much always physicians, almost always forensic pathologists, and they are appointed by the local body of government, such as the county executive.
Okay. And are you familiar with whether Carroll County has a forensic pathologist?
I don't know that they do have one. I'm aware they have a coroner and would refer and have referred cases to our office for autopsy.
Okay. Did you have the occasion as part of your duties to become involved in a referral from Carroll County involving Matthew Michael Mott?
Yes.
Could you tell the members of the jury how your office became involved or how you became involved?
Initially, the death would have been, or was in this case, reported to our office, and the paperwork, which is the order of the autopsy, would have been sent to our office. And following that, the body was sent to our office. So first, someone has to call our office and report the death, and then there's things that happen that will allow the body to be transported to our office.
Okay. And do you recall when you became involved?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
I performed the autopsy on May 5th of 2021.
And is there a particular way that when you receive a call
how a forensic pathologist is assigned?
Yes. So on a daily basis, we have a conference where the pathologist will gather and go over all the recently acquired cases or the decedents or deceased individuals. We go over their histories and the circumstances, and then after that period of time, the pathologist will sign up for that case of the day. So it's either they will sign up for the case or they're assigned the case by our supervisor, so one or the other.
Okay. Were you assigned this case, or did you sign up for it?
Likely I was assigned this case. At that point, our cases were being assigned, so that our supervisor would assign the cases to us.
So when you get the assignment, or when you got the assignment for Matthew Michael Mott, what's the first thing that you did?
So after the morning conference, then I would go upstairs and begin my initial examination. In certain cases, sometimes the forensic scientist will need to examine the body, particularly if there's any clothing on the person, or say if their hands have paper bags on them. The forensic scientist would be involved initially with the examination of the body, and then following that, depending on the circumstances surrounding that case, there may be an x-ray that's performed, particularly in cases involving anything that might be retained in the body. The pathologist needs to know that, so an x-ray would be performed. And even before those two things are done, there would have been assigned, and was in this case, a uniquely identifying case number that only applies to that particular decedent's case. So all information, findings of the autopsy, etc., would come under that particular case number.
And how are you made aware of the identity of the decedent?
As far as a case coming from the other county, that would have been made known to us upon the time of that death was reported to us.
Okay. So on the day in question, when you became involved, were you aware of the identity of the person from Carroll County?
Yes.
Okay. And that person, I believe you said, was Matthew Michael Mott, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you have that information, when you do your job, do you do it in a methodical way?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a protocol that's done, or a methodical way that's done in every case?
Yes.
And so what would the first thing you have done when you became involved with this case, with this decedent?
So after any initial examinations, as I said, by a forensic scientist, after we've taken our initial photograph that's following the person being received to our office, then I would, and after the x-rays is performed as it was done in this case, I would start my external examination, looking over the outer surface of the body to look for signs of pathology or disease changes or injury.
When you do an autopsy, do you do it alone or with someone else?
I have alongside me a pathologist assistant, and that person at my direction would assist in removing the organs from the body, starting with the initial, what's called the Y incision, which is the incision of the chest and abdomen. And I also have at my direction a forensic photographer that I would point out anything that I needed documented photographically, as I had in this case.
Okay. And so you indicated that you begin with an external examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to the decedent, Matthew Michael Mott, what, if anything, did your external examination reveal?
Yes. Mainly what I noticed is, aside from some other things like scars and tattoos, was that he had an injury on the left chest.
Okay. And when you see that, what do you do next, or what happens next in the course of your evaluation?
Starting with the initial part of the autopsy, the person is, and in this case I had him photographed as he appeared to me on the autopsy table, so before I would wipe any blood or do anything as far as cleaning. So I had as-is photographs taken. In this case, that's after he's received in the autopsy and he's on the table. And I also am making any notations of what I see. And then following that, and then of course I documented the injury as I saw it. And then following that, I clean the body and then take another series of photographs, as I did in this case. Again, head to toe, front and back, including the injury. I also, towards the beginning of the autopsy, I will collect things like hair. So I collected samples of hair and samples of blood as part of the initial internal examination. That's our DNA standard, and that's a routine thing that we collect, that we submit to the trace evidence department, that they will either keep or release depending if someone needs to collect it. So if someone's investigating the case, they may need to collect those items that we retained.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And when you do an external examination, is it the entire body?
Yes.
Front and back?
Yes.
Top to bottom?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you have medical terms for those, but it's a complete external examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you notice any other injuries, scars, marks, tattoos as you completed the external examinations? And if so, where were they? And what did they look like?
Yes. I noted a number of tattoos, and I'm going after looking at the report that I produced in this autopsy. A number of tattoos on the left upper extremity. I don't know if you want me to read exactly what they are.
No, that's fine. You don't need to do that. Just a general, what you observed is fine.
And then, in this case, he didn't have any significant scars, but I would make a notation of that if he did. And then I went on to describe the injury, particularly the wound of the left chest. I did measurements of that wound. I also looked for any deposits around that wound, where what I would call the entrance wound. And then with the internal examination, after the incisions, I tracked the injury that wound was associated with. So internal injuries of the chest organs. And then I also tracked where the wound ended. And in this case, I saw 3 injuries on the left back. That represented the wound of exit that was connected to the wound of entrance of the left chest. And I also noted that internally there were injuries to organs and tissues, particularly the left lung, a large artery that's connected to the left lung. There was injury to a branch of the airway tube into the left lung, and there was also injury to the ribs overlying the left lung as well, in addition to injury to the rib area towards the left back.
When you noticed what you described as the wound on the upper, I believe you were pointing to your left chest?
Correct.
Okay. Do you measure that to document it specifically on the body?
Yes.
And how do you do that? What reference point do you start with?
First, I do a 2-dimensional measurement. In this case, I measured the wound as being 1/4 inch by 1/8 inch. And I look at its shape. In this case, I described it as to be ovoid. So as opposed to round, it was a little bit more ovoid. And then I I looked for any abrasion from around the edge of the wound. So I did see a margin of abrasion right around the edge of the wound, and I made a description of that. I looked, as I said before, I looked for any deposits around the skin surface immediately surrounding the wound, particularly the presence of what's called fouling or stippling, and I did not see any of that.
What's the purpose of looking for fouling and stippling?
The presence of the fouling and or stippling may give some information as to the proximity of the end of the barrel, in this case of a gun, to the skin surface, keeping in mind there may be intervening objects such as clothing or other objects that may prevent me from being able to see that, being that it was not deposited because of intervening objects. And then I went on to make a description of how high up from the heel the wound was, and then how far it was from the midline of the body. In this case, I described it as being 59 inches up from the heel, and then 3 inches to the left of the midline of the body.
And then you indicated you observed what you referred to as an exit wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be where on the body?
This was located on the left upper back.
Okay, and similar to the front, do you measure and do you document that?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do in this case?
In this case, I noted that there were actually 3 irregular to rectangular wounds on the left upper back, and I measured each of those 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch, 1/4 inch by 1/8 inch, and then 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch. And they were directly over an area of fractured rib, which would be right under. And I made similar measurements, being 54 inches up from the left heel, and then 3 inches from the back midline of the body.
And then after that, did you notice anything else in the course of your exterior examination that was documented?
Yes.
Okay, what else?
I described the course and direction of the wound going through the body. So based on where it entered and then where the exit wound was, I was able to determine that the course and direction, in this case of the projectile traveling through that part of the body, was traveling from front to back, slightly to the right, or without any significant deviation, remembering there are 3 separate wounds of exit, and then going downwards. So basically where it exited was a little bit farther down than where it actually entered.
And how were you able to make that track? How do you do that?
So during the internal examination, I'm tracking the damage that the projectile did as it's going through the body. And so I mentioned there was injury to the lungs, there was injury to the ribs, there was injury to blood vessels, and a branch of the windpipe. So I was able to track the damage that I could see, and also the associated hemorrhaging or bleeding going through the body.
And so you do that on an internal examination as you do an internal examination, is that?
Yes.
Is that in layman's terms?
Yes.
Okay, so at that point, you'd already started your internal examination?
Yes, that's after the external examination, making notations, measurements, with the incision made by the pathologist assistant, and then with the internal examination of the internal organs, I was able to track the injury going through the body.
And is an internal examination conducted in a methodical, processed way as well as similar to the external examination?
Yes.
And how does it start, and how did you start in this case?
So the internal examination starts with what we call the Y incision. So it's actually an incision that's shaped like a Y over the chest and then down along the abdomen in order to be able to access the internal organs of the chest, mainly the heart and lungs, and then also to access the internal organs of the abdominal and pelvic cavities.
You talked about the trajectory that you tracked. Were there any other abnormalities or any other things that you observed in the course of the internal examination?
Yes. One thing in particular that I noted in relation to the injury was there was a large amount of blood that had accumulated on the left side of the chest cavity. So this is inside, surrounding the lung. And I measured that as being 2,000 milliliters, which is 2 liters of blood. As a result of the damage that was done to the lungs and the other structures, blood had accumulated inside of the left chest cavity.
And does that indicate to you anything?
Yes.
And what does it indicate?
That's a significant amount of blood that's lost from the circulation. The body's circulation is normally closed inside of the blood vessels. However, if there's damage, the blood can leak out of the circulation, and that has effects on the ability of the heart to function, the lungs to oxygenate the body, and the heart particularly to circulate oxygenated blood to the rest of the vital organs.
And you indicated it was about 2 liters or 2 liters of blood that you found, correct?
Yes.
And do you collect that and measure it?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
We have containers that have lines of measurement on them, so like small little bucket type containers that we fill with the fluid, and I can actually see where that line ends, exactly how much blood that was collected from the cavities.
And is there, do you know about
how much blood there is in the average body or in a body similar to this?
In his body, he would have over 9 liters of blood based on his body weight and the calculation that I did in this case. Approximately over 9 liters, not 9,500, but a little bit over 9 liters of blood totally in the entire body for him.
And you found 2 liters in your examination?
Yes, in my examination.
Okay. Was there anything else in the course of your internal examination that you found that were abnormalities or things that were remarkable?
Yes.
Tell us what those are.
Yeah, he had a number of smaller superficial skin injuries, mainly on the head. He had a bruise or contusion that had a little bit of abrasion on the mid-forehead. He also had some abrasion on the right upper eyelid.
Hold on a second. Sorry for the interruption. You can continue.
Do you want to start again?
Oh, sure. As far as other minor injuries that I described, that was during my external examination. I described a small bruise on the mid-forehead, another small area of abrasion on the right upper eyelid. He had also two 1/4 inch in diameter bruises or contusions on the left knee, a 5-inch abrasion on the front of the left thigh, and also 3 small pinpoint type bruisings on the right knee and shin area. That was some of the other injury associated significant findings that I described.
And when you reference the trajectory in your investigation and the path that you observed from the entrance room to the exit room, did you find any projectiles or anything during the course of your review?
No.
Okay. Does that happen in your line of work?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not an anomaly if a projectile is not there?
It is not an anomaly.
But projectiles could be there?
Yes.
As part of your evaluation, was there anything else in the course of your examination of the decedent at that time that you did that you found remarkable?
As part of the actual autopsy, I did note that he had some mild hardening of a large artery, the aorta. Again, mild. He also had some changes on the lining of his gallbladder, benign changes. And I also calculated the body mass index, which I normally do as far as the height and weight. So he was, based on the body mass index of 45.2, that's considered to be in the obese category. We only describe this because sometimes it represents a risk factor for other things like hardening of the arteries or high cholesterol, among other things. So.
Was there anything else that you noted?
Not part of the autopsy. As part of the autopsy examination.
As part of your examination, do you take tissues or other samples?
Yes.
Did you take any tissues or other samples in this case?
Yes.
What did you do?
I took representative portions of the major organs and had them stored in a fixative formalin type solution. That's just in case, for whatever reason, we needed to put samples in to look at under the microscope, which I did not need to do in this case, but we put portions to save for any eventuality that needs to be done. And the other part of the autopsy, what I did in this case was obtain bodily fluids, particularly blood, and other bodily fluids like vitreous from the eyes, and I had those submitted to the toxicology laboratory.
And what's the vitreous of the eye?
That is a slightly thickened clear fluid that we can actually take from the eye and submit to the lab. If we were to have it tested, it would be for things like electrolytes, so we can know like if the person's dehydrated or if they have a kidney problem or if they have diabetes.
Were there any other fluids taken for now?
Yes.
And what were those?
A sample of femoral blood, which is from a vessel in the leg, one of the lower legs. Also, a sample of urine. I was able to get urine and submit that alongside the vitreous fluid.
What's the purpose of obtaining the femoral blood?
The femoral blood is one of the blood samples that are obtained. In this case, I also obtained heart blood. So there's two types of blood that is obtained during an autopsy. One is good for telling what's present. So that's the sample of heart blood that comes from the heart. And then the femoral blood that comes from one of the leg blood vessels is a preferred sample as far as if we want to make any interpretations of levels of medications and other substances. So that's why we collect those two types of blood.
And is that a standard practice in your field?
Yes.
And you also talked that you collected urine, is that correct?
Yes, urine, and then also was collected from the gallbladder bile. And I already mentioned vitreous humor from both of the eyes. Also, I was able to collect gastric material from the stomach and a sample of liver tissue and a sample of brain tissue. And these are normal tissues and fluids that we would collect and submit.
With regards to urine, what would urine help you understand, or what would you look for?
Urine is good for telling the pathologist if the person had recently used some type of a medication or substance. It may indicate that the blood also has that same substance circulating, but it might only be as useful of telling that the person used some type of medication or other substance in a recent period of time, so more like a historic use of something. The blood is better for knowing if the person used something more recently.
And is that also a standard practice to obtain that sample?
Yes.
Okay. And now, do you analyze that yourself?
No.
Okay. And who would analyze such a substance?
That would be a forensic toxicologist in charge of a staff of chemists and other toxicologists in a separate laboratory.
Okay. Are the results of those analysis and those fluids, are they reported back to you as the pathologist who conducted the autopsy?
Yes.
And why is that?
That's important because I need to be able to see if there are any other causes of death or contributing factors in the death, or maybe just so I know, if there's any degree of impairment or other issues that might be going on, whether that be related to medication use, other substance use, or some type of pathology, like, as I said, such as kidney problems or diabetes, that I may need to consider or factor in as a contributing part of the death, or maybe has nothing to do with the death.
And did you receive such analysis in this case?
Yes.
And what results did you find and rely on as you looked at the cause of death?
Yes, I received the report and I was able to see that the lab did detect a medication called sertraline along with its breakdown product. Sertraline, I believe the brand name is Zoloft. So it's a medication commonly prescribed for depression, but it may also be prescribed for other conditions not specifically related to depression. Also, there was detected the active byproduct of cannabis, commonly known as marijuana, and also another inactive byproduct or breakdown product of cannabis as well, alongside the levels that were reported. So that indicates to me there was recent usage of both the cannabis-containing product and also recent usage of a medication, the sertraline.
And are the levels reported to you as well?
Yes.
And were those levels within, for example, with the Zoloft, could they be within an amount, could you tell if they were within an amount prescribed?
I can I could tell by the level that it was not a toxic or lethal level, and it's consistent with what would be prescribed to someone.
Right, and with the product of marijuana or byproduct of marijuana, same question. Can you differentiate from the levels as to how much is there and what you would interpret it as?
My interpretation of the levels that were reported, particularly the active metabolite, the breakdown product, is that it's a low level, meaning that someone potentially had used it within the last few hours prior, in this case prior to his death, or within the last day or so prior to death.
Would either of those levels contribute to the cause of death?
No.
Okay. And as part of your duties, were you able to determine to a reasonable degree of medical certainty what the cause of death was?
Yes.
And would you tell us what that is and why you base your conclusion on that?
Yes. With the totality of all the findings, with a complete autopsy examination being performed, I was able to determine that the cause of death was as a result of the injury, specifically gunshot wound of chest with visceral, which refers to the organs, mainly the lung in this case, vascular, so any blood vessels, skeletal, ribs mainly in this case, and the surrounding soft tissues. So gunshot wound of chest with visceral, vascular, skeletal, and soft tissue injuries.
Another question.
Dr. Matthew Mott weighed 297 pounds by the time you weighed him, right?
Yes.
And he had active THC in his body?
He had reported an active breakdown product of THC, yes.
Just so the jury knows, there's a difference between the manner of death and cause of death, right?
Yes.
There's about 5 categories for manner of death.
Yes.
One of them is natural.
Yes.
That's self-explanatory. And the other one's accidental, right?
Yes.
Also self-explanatory, right?
Yes.
One of them's homicide.
Yes.
And that means death at the hands of another.
Yes.
And it's not, whether it's justified or not, it's just death at the hands of another.
Correct.
Not taking into account whether it's self-defense, justified, not justified.
Correct.
And one of them is suicidal, right?
Yes.
And that's death at the hand of yourself.
Yes.
And then the last one is undetermined.
Yes.
And then for cause of death, that's just kind of like the mechanism by which someone dies.
It includes in part the mechanism.
Okay. You said there was one entrance wound and multiple exit wounds.
Yes, a cluster of exit wounds, correct.
And that would be consistent with the frangible bullet being used?
Yes, I have seen that, correct.
And that's because the object of a frangible bullet is to disintegrate upon impact of a hard object.
Yes.
And you cannot determine whether or where anybody was positioned based on the entrance and the exit wounds.
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Thank you.
State of Ohio.
Briefly, the concepts of accidental death, suicide, homicide, are those in your field, are those descriptor in your field? Are those descriptor words in your field? Or are they legal terms in your field?
They are classifications of death based on the circumstances surrounding the death.
Okay. And with regard to
the exit wounds and the locations that you've testified to, for your investigation, is it necessary to know how far away somebody is or how close somebody is in relation to what you observed?
No.
Okay. And the, okay, I have no other question.
No questions?
Okay, Dr. Armstrong, thank you. You can step down. Attorney Barnett, you have to call her. You are released. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Prosecutor Barnett, I'm not going to hold you to this number, but how many more witnesses do you anticipate?
Can we approach you?
You may.
Okay, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you are released to go into the jury room, to take a break, to get a drink, do whatever you need to do. Be close, though. I don't know. We're going to have you back in. I just don't know how long it's going to be. I'm not going to set a time on it this time. So get done everything you need to get done, and then be ready to go. You can be seated. Okay, State of Ohio. So at this point, what is your intentions?
Here in the state of Ohio, we have no further witnesses. We would rest at this time subject to our admissions of state's exhibits that we've introduced.
Okay, let's go over those exhibits because the numbers, you've skipped several numbers, so I want to be very clear, especially with the pictures because the pictures are not up here, but you do have the hard copies of those? Okay. I'm looking at, we admitted, well, you admitted 1, which was a 911 call, 2, which was the physical gun, 3, which was the Miranda waiver, 4, which was the sketch by the defendant, 6, which was a BCI, the BCI scan, the actual software scan. I don't see a 5. Did you introduce a 5?
No, sir.
I don't see a 7 as well. Did you introduce a 7?
No, sir.
And then the next several, I'm going to say 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 were all pictures.
Correct.
I don't have a 24. Was there a 24?
No, sir.
There's a 26, which was a picture. 27 was a picture. 28, 29, 30 were all pictures.
Correct.
Then the next numerically that I have is 42, which is a picture as well, 43, 44.
Correct.
And then the next numerical is 51.
Correct.
Which is another drawing by the defendant.
Correct.
54 was the cartridge
Correct.
And 55 was also a cartridge.
Correct. I believe we labeled it a spent casing, but that's correct. The numbers
Right.
match what you have, Judge.
Did I miss any exhibits?
No, sir.
Okay, defense, do you have any objection to any of those exhibits?
No, Judge, but we also moved to the defense exhibit A because it also came in during the state's decision.
Very good.
No objection.
So no objection on the state's exhibits, no objection on the defense's exhibit A at this point. And so they will all be admitted, everything we just mentioned, and the state has officially rested at this point. Now, defense, it's 3:40, so do you need time to think about what you want to do?
Honestly, yes.
Okay, very good, that's understandable. So what we're going to do, yeah.
I do need to make a Rule 29 for motion for acquittal. We can do that tomorrow whenever we do that to make sure that you know I'm going.
I figured you would. We'll do that first thing in the morning, but prepare for your decision after that phase, what you want to do after that. Obviously, if you don't present evidence, then we're going to go straight into closing at that point. So, be ready either way. I guess both sides need to be ready either way for closing tomorrow morning after 29, depending on how the Rule 29 goes. Everybody in this room is aware of the weather coming tomorrow afternoon, so I have that in my mind as well. So I would love to get through the actual trial phase tomorrow and see where we're at, what time that is, and just go from there. But if we can get through the trial phase tomorrow, the evidence phase, we're going to be in a good position as far as the storm. So anything else from the state today?
I guess with regards to the exhibit involving the firearm, it is in the court's office. Would you prefer us to return it to evidence, or would you prefer it to leave it locked?
It's locked up in there. I mean, yeah. And I guess for clarification, I'm not going to release both the rifle and the unspent bullet to the jury at the same time. If they want to examine them, I will let them see them, but I'm not going to have them in the room at the same time just for safety issues. So just so the attorneys know that in advance.
Fair enough.
And yeah, okay. Anything else from the state then?
No, sir.
Anything from defense? All right, we'll bring the jury back in, but I almost imagine they're not ready. So we'll take a short break. When the jury's ready to go, we'll get them back in, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. 911 tapes up. Let's make sure we got all the exhibits up here. 911 tape. Number 1. We got number 2. Number 3 is the waiver.
Okay, you can be seated. All right, we are back on the record on 21 CR 6643. At this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are done with today's hearing. We don't have any more witnesses to present today. We will be back tomorrow morning. I want to start, hopefully, I need you here by 8:15 tomorrow morning, and we're going to start as soon as we're ready. I do have another hearing in the morning that I have to take care of before ours, but we should be done with that hopefully by 8:15-ish. I am aware of the weather that's coming tomorrow, and so I'll keep that in mind as the day goes on, but we're in pretty good shape to be done with the evidence presentation phase tomorrow. And so we're on track for that. That's my hope, but that looks like that's what will happen. The evidence phase will wrap up tomorrow. And then from there, we'll see where we're at, and we'll look at the storm, and we'll see what's going to happen with that. And hopefully, you know, our weather people are pretty accurate this time, and we can make a pretty educated guess as to what we need to do to be safe. But with that, for today, you will be excused. Please remember all of the directions that I gave you at the beginning of the trial concerning looking up things about the case, looking at media, talking to friends and family, talking with each other about the case. And with that, though, we will see you in the morning. Be here by 8:15. So you are released for the day. Okay, absent that other hearing in the morning, I would have started us at 8 just because of the weather coming tomorrow. But we do have an 8 o'clock bond hearing that I expect will take 15 minutes or so. So be ready to go by 8:15. As soon as we're done with that bond hearing and everybody else is here and ready to go, we're gonna roll right in with this. So anything else from the state today? Anything from defense? All right, then we will adjourn for the day. I didn't even hear you. So you're busting yourself right in. Oh my goodness. Oh geez, now you're in double trouble. Yeah. You're okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, you can be in here during the first hearing. It's just a bond hearing. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Yeah. If you're here, hey, that's good. Get your stuff ready, and then we'll conduct the hearing. And as long as you're not making too much noise, you won't bother